Movie theater?
Humans.
What are we doing here?
Humans.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
One can't stay on the court. The other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt and how long will he be out? I mean, is he, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Experience the new National Western Center, where agriculture, entertainment, and education meet. Explore what moves you. NationalWesternCenter.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
In for the fellas today, John Davis, Chad Andrus. That's a song they play every Friday, so we keep it going. Sitting in for the fellas today. Chad, normally kind of a downtime this year, but how about this? Wyndham Clark in first place, U.S. World Cup versus Australia later today, so got some actual sports to pay attention to today.
Yeah, we are not in the baseball-only doldrums. Right?
Yeah.
Father's Day weekend is always the greatness of the U.S. Open, which is fantastic. Little controversy there yesterday when they weren't getting quite the weather event they expected, and our guy Wyndham Clark got to take advantage of it. So local guy in the lead, 6 under, that's awesome. And then World Cup. How much are you into USA Australia today in an afternoon game on a Friday?
I'm gonna watch it. I'm excited to have something to kind of get behind this time of year. I'm not a big soccer guy, Chad. I don't follow soccer all year, every year. But last Friday was super exciting, so that made it exciting today. Yeah, I love the mid-afternoon. I love the mid-afternoon game. I get to watch that in the middle of the day and then kind of do whatever I want to do tonight. But excited to see how they come out today. Now it's always weird to me. What do you do as expectations grow? You go out and you put up 4 the other night. You actually had 1 called back. Now everybody's expecting you to go out and play great again. It's early in the afternoon, so I don't know if the same amount or more eyes are going to be on it, but the expectations continue to grow. The more you win, the more excited people get. So excited to see how USA kind of responds to that.
Yeah, I think it's expected now that they get to the knockout stage. I think everyone thinks USA Soccer has gotten to that point, but then I don't know what anyone expects beyond that. If they expect them to win a game, if they expect them to legitimately be a threat and play to the semifinals, or what the case may be. And then one of the few names that the casual soccer fan knows in Christian Pulisic is now dealing with a potential injury. So we got to monitor that the whole time. But I think it's pretty safe to assume, especially with a blowout win in their opener, that they should be out of the group stage. They should win the group, get into the knockout round, and then see how that bracket looks, where it falls. And then, I don't know, maybe they win a game. Could they win 2 in the knockout round?
That would be exciting. And that's the thing with soccer, though, is in some way like hockey, is you can outplay your opponent, but the goalie is outstanding, or you're just not accurate that day and you lose 2-1, 1-0. So it's
or the whistle,
or the whistle,
a bad whistle,
or the whistle. It's that's kind of how I look at it, and that's why last week was so impressive, is how frequently they were scoring. And then I'm always paying attention to when the other team might gain a little momentum, how you respond to that. When Paraguay got that goal finally, USA kind of didn't flinch and were able to hold on, and then in that extra time they got that 4th goal, and you get lucky along the way too. For example, Paraguay kicks the ball in on the first goal last week, but I think we expect them to kind of win a little bit further than they have in recent past, men's soccer at least.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. I am more the golf guy. I will be watching our local guy, Wyndham Clark, Valor Christian. Has been fantastic. Was great when he was kind of the face of the BMW Championship here a couple of years ago, because he was a local guy playing, and he started off pretty hot in that tournament, and a former U.S. Open champion, right? So he's looking for a second U.S. Open title. So go Wyndham.
Go Wyndham. Let's get somebody bring us a parade. In this city,
right?
We're getting let down left and right.
When he won the U.S. Open, I was at a Nuggets game one night, and he brought the trophy.
Oh, yeah,
and he was there, super early, and he was showing it around, and he was sitting courtside while guys were going through their pregame warm-ups, and he had the trophy there, and he was taking pictures and stuff. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Anytime we get some of the local guys who do we got locally who's kind of risen up locally, local athletes? I always think
Christian McCaffrey.
Lindell White's who I think. I went to high school with Lindell.
So I was like Darnell McDonald back in the day. Yeah, Lindell, obviously. Michael Ruffin playing in the NBA. Chauncey, obviously, is probably the biggest one.
Chauncey's the big one. Dave Logan.
Yeah, Dave. Dave's the biggest of the biggest, for sure.
So we've had some guys kind of come out of here. It's been pretty cool over the years. But Wyndham Clark golf, it's kind of a unique one. That's one that it's not. We haven't seen that type of attention. So, and when you're a superstar in golf, man, I don't think people realize how much money these guys make. when they rise up in golf.
It's interesting because to be a superstar, you have to earn it. You can't just get it on reputation or potential or marketability. Like, you have to win. Yeah. And then the sponsorships come with winning. And, any other commercials or advertisements, Wyndham Clark's got the T-Mobile hat on every week where he's promoting that and all of his deals that he have. And they all have sponsors, but the degree to which they're sponsoring the players is very, very different when you talk about guys that win major championships or win a bunch on the PGA Tour. And Wyndham's made it, man. He's made it.
Wyndham's made it, so we're hoping he holds on, wins that U.S. Open. John Davis, Chad Andrews, sitting in for the fellas today. Chad, Bo's back out at OTAs. Everybody's hyped. You and I like Bo, but we're not always on the Bo hype train. Why are we not always on the Bo hype train? We'll get into that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. Is your car making a weird noise and you're not sure what exactly is going on? All Points Automotive makes it easy for you. Free diagnostics and estimates from a 100% mobile mechanic who comes to you. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we succeed in doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, hi. I normally get paid on Fridays. Is there any way I can get my direct deposit sooner?
Oh, you're serious?
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and get access to eligible direct deposits up to 2 business days early with Early Pay.
So it is possible.
Learn more at key.com/earlypay. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Tom's Garage Door, Tom's Garage Door. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship.
You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah.
And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrews sitting in for the fellas today. Chad, Broncos out at OTAs this week. Bo Nix was out there, limited, but he was out there. But here's Bo talking about how it felt to be out there and going full speed.
Well, it was hard because I wanted to be full speed so fast, but that's just unfortunately not how post-surgery goes. But been there, had an ankle fracture in college, so knew sort of what the rehab was. Obviously, it was a different bone, so you got to let those different bones heal differently. And when I got back going, felt really good, just a little bit of soreness, just wanted to go ahead and get it out of the way for good. And now, they tell me I didn't get in there and look at it, but the doctors tell me it's ankle looks as good as new, and we're right back to normal. So once the progression of the rehab comes and goes, after you wait your due diligence and wait patiently, get through it, should feel great.
Chad, Bo Nix should be full go for training camp, but generally speaking, with Bo Nix, a lot of people are very excited. I think the recency effect, how his season ended, how good he looked against Buffalo late in the game. He looked against Buffalo. Are people placing him in a tier of quarterback right now that Bo might not yet be in?
Yeah, and I think this happens a lot, not just with quarterbacks, not just with Broncos. I think it happens with all players across all sports in the world we live in, due to the constant media coverage, due to, the social media, always somebody talking about something, and what we know about projections in scouting that just didn't exist 15, 20, 30 years ago. People project what guys can be, and they get so excited about that they put them in that place before they actually do the work and have the experience to get there. So I don't want to be anyone who ever poo-poos Bo Nix or any of the players of their potential and what they can be. I want them all to, reach their ceiling and be the guy that they can be and be fantastic. And Bo Nix can be that guy at quarterback, but he's still got to do it. He's still got to achieve that level of consistent high play, and he just hasn't done that yet. I mean, you can't lead the league in attempts with 612 and not throw for 4,000 yards. You can't be that inefficient. You can't not use the middle of the field when it just makes defenses so much easier to defend your offense. You can't go 3 and out as much, right? So can Bo be a top-tier quarterback? Can he be in the top 10? We already know you can win with him. You went 14-3. You already know you can win games, but can he personally elevate his game to be such a multi-level dynamic threat that defenses just don't have any answers and can't do anything about it week in and week on a consistent basis? He is still building towards that, and that's okay. That's not bashing the player. The guy's going into his 3rd year, so he's on track. He's doing just fine, but don't project what he could be and assume he already is that. And I think that's the trap we fall into too often.
Yeah, I think that's happened quite a bit with Bo with that. And to your point, they have proven they can win with him. I look at Bo's he's got 2 traits. He does not turn the ball over. And you and I have said he avoids disaster better than probably any starting quarterback in the NFL. I mean, he is fantastic at avoiding disaster without being just a game manager either. The other thing is he's clutch. I think if anybody wants to push back on Bo being clutch at this point, I mean, you've got no argument. He came in and he won late against Josh Allen. I look at Bo being clutch and Bo avoiding disaster like Josh Allen's legs. Josh Allen was inaccurate. He struggled kind of in the passing game early in his career, but he was so effective running the ball that they proved they could win with it. And you could justify leaving him on the field because he could overcome things. It wasn't breaking him. But look how Josh Allen developed the rest of his game as his career went on. Now he's probably the best quarterback in the league. Can Bo get to Josh Allen? Maybe. I'm not out on that. And I think the clutch gene and avoiding disaster has been the things that's like, we can keep playing this guy because those things he does well allow him to keep winning.
Of our recent examples, and when I say recent, I'm talking, take the last 15 years in the NFL. How many guys just had it all right from the jump? There are very, very few. All of them had some level of foundation of what can they do, where are they at, and then how can we build on that, level by level by level. And maybe you can make the argument, all right, when Mahomes came in, he was ready, and he was just Patrick Mahomes. After Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years, when he came in, he was just ready, and he didn't have to check any more boxes. He was playing at the level that, he could come close to his ceiling already when they came in. Other than those 2 guys, like everybody else was building on something. Whether you talk about Josh Allen, whether you talk about Lamar Jackson, whether you talk about,
Elway, Payton.
Yeah, but, even the MVP, Matt Stafford, right,
Yes.
had to kind of grow and learn. Look at the development of guys who are very high-level quarterbacks in this league and where they started and where they are, like Jared Goff. Baker Mayfield. How many
Sam
teams did
Darnold.
it take him? Sam Darnold, okay. You have a foundation that is strong. That's why you're a starting quarterback. There's clearly something you can do well that you can be trusted with, and then what do you build on from there? But there's almost no one that comes in from the jump, plug and play, ready to go, you're headed straight to the Hall of Fame. That just doesn't work like that. The league is too hard. The position is too hard.
And with that, when looking at Bo Nix, you talked about the middle of the field. Sometimes the check down, we don't know what the play calling and everything has looked like. But with Bo this season, you and I text a lot throughout the games. again, I talk about the recency effect. Bo was so incredible at the end of that Bills game. I mean, between the fourth quarter and overtime, if you didn't know who was who, you'd probably say that guy's the one between him and Josh Allen. That's a guy, even though Josh Allen was actually playing well. You'd probably look at Bo and say that's a guy. The third quarter, though, he was bad. They were up 23-10, and they kind of blew the lead. There was an interception in there. So we forget that even in this big, glorious moment with Bo, there was moments there where it was like it was very ineffective. So we talk about the middle of the field. Just kind of more level across the games, middle of the field, maybe pre-snap. Where do you see Bo needing to improve as we want him to take that next step?
For me, it's one, middle of the field. I think there's just an enormous gap there. I think there's 30% or more of space that the defense doesn't have to account for because they don't throw to it. Whether that is Bo's lack of interest or ability to throw there, whether that is Sean overprotecting the football, saying we are not putting it in harm's way no matter what. And I don't know what changes with Davis Webb calling the plays. I don't know what changes with him using Evan Ingram more in that space, and particularly Waddle, who excels against zones and sitting down in that coverage in the middle of the field. So I'm hoping all of that changes and they become more dynamic with more options, and then it frees up more space for Cortland Sutton because you can't just bracket him and push him to the sideline, and it has a lot of domino effects, right? So middle of the field is a big one for me, but the biggest thing when I talk about not having other people involved in the dynamic when it is just Bo, it's accuracy.
There it is.
It's accuracy with the football. Yeah. And the NFL is such an incredibly competitive, insanely difficult league that there is a difference between being able to put the ball in this size of a window and this size of a window.
Yeah.
And if you can only get it in this size of a window, you're going to miss plays when opponents can put it in this size of the window. And that's the difference in the game. And you have to squeeze that. You have to be more accurate more consistently.
And Chad, something you and I have continually pointed out, and we will continue to point out until it changes, Sean Payton will call plays that Sean Payton wants to call. Sean Payton likes to call plays that are very much check this out. Last season, after the Chargers game, they stopped throwing it deep. They just stopped. It wasn't like, that they weren't doing good. No, it literally wasn't happening. They stopped doing it because Bo was overthrowing everybody. Now, we can blame the route running on that. That might have been that too, but I think it's telling that it stopped happening. When you talk about you got to hit the tight windows and you can only hit the big windows, so you actually have to hit the big windows too. And that was kind of a bigger problem. And Bo, remember they did the lip reading on the side of the sidelines with the Chargers, and I think he said something like, I left a lot out there today. And that's kind of the thing is you got to get the tight stuff, but you got to get the home run that's given to you as well.
Yeah, and I think the other part of the equation and why Waddle is here is he helps solve some of that. He closes those gaps with his speed because he might make what is seemingly a big window even bigger. Yeah. And look, it's not all Bo's fault on the completion percentage when they were second in the league in drops last year. And, they couldn't catch a cold sometimes, and that applied to everyone. That applied to Ingram. That applied to Sutton. That applied to Bryant. That applied to Franklin. Right? Mims doesn't get enough chances. But the drops are an issue, and that's not all on Bo. And competing for balls in closed space is also a concern because the Broncos have not had that overwhelming dynamic athleticism at their outside receiver spots to where if you do throw it into a tight window, you trust that this guy's going to win the battle. The Broncos just don't have Jamar Chase. They don't have Justin Jefferson. And it's fine. Very few people do. But when that is the case, does that then create a thought process, whether it's from play caller, whether it's from quarterback, of, well, we're just not going to throw it when it's that close. So we're playing it safer. We're playing it closer to the vest. And here we are again throwing at or behind the line of scrimmage or going 3 and out because we're not taking those risks. We're not using all of the space available to us, and we're not confident enough to throw it into, all right, this guy's covered, but I trust that they're going to win. I think those are the differences that really make at least one, if not two leaps forward for quarterback play that say, we're just going to go out there and we're going to make plays. And sometimes it requires putting the ball in danger. And they've been reluctant to do that as a head coach, play caller, quarterback combination. They've been reluctant to do that, and I think that there needs to be more of that and more trust and more confidence in that they can execute it.
Yeah, so Waddle can fix some of that, but it's beyond Jalen Waddle for a lot of it as well. So, but Bo can get there, but there is still a lot of room and improvement for Bo to get into that elite status. Chad, when I hear people talk about the Broncos, they talk about something like it's a foregone conclusion. I'm not all the way there yet. What am I talking about? Chad and I get into that next.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here. When you travel, you want a guide who knows the terrain. Retirement's no different, and Trajan Wealth became that guide for me. Their family office approach coordinates everything: investments, taxes, estate planning. It's like having someone map out the whole journey so you don't get lost. I'm a client because they gave me confidence and clarity. No pressure, no sales pitch, just honest guidance from fiduciaries who care. They help me understand how my plan could adapt, grow, and stay aligned with my goals. And because they coordinate everything, investments, taxes, estate planning, your financial life works together instead of pulling in different directions. If you want a smoother path to retirement, call my friends at Trajan Wealth today. 855-TRAJAN-1, that's 855-TRAJAN-1, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, and additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand, from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. See the selection at GrooveToyota.com. More than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certified. Reserve your vehicle now at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere. Offer expires 6/7/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply with approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Denver's recent hailstorm hit hard. Golf ball size hail, to be exact. Damaged shingles, cracked siding, dented gutters. You might not see it from the ground, but your roof took a beating. And I don't want you to wait around for a leak to find out. Call Monarch Construction and Roofing today for your free no-obligation storm damage inspection. Monarch works directly with your insurance company, so you don't have to. Monarch Construction and Roofing, your local Denver storm damage experts. Visit monarchroofing.com to schedule your appointment today. Monarch Roofing is your official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days, and the bottom line is I see a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators, we got the forensic guys, we got the experts, the bank guys. They can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm's sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes. I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening. You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrews, sitting in with the guys. We got Ty behind the glass this morning. Chad, Broncos season, it's almost here. You and I, we do the pregame, so everybody tune in.
I like how you say almost.
Almost. It's not close.
I heard, who was it the other day? Was it?
Training camp's almost here.
Was it maybe Zach? Somebody the other day said, well, the Broncos are playing, 2 months from now. And I'm like, 2 months? I'm like, what? No. It's 3 months.
3 months.
Like it's still a ways away.
Well, 2 months from the first preseason game. What do we got? August 14th at Atlanta.
Are you excited for that?
No.
I
will be at
meal
that time.
prepped already.
Yeah, I will be at that time.
Got it all figured out. Your schedule for the
Broncos season starts with training camp. If we say that, it's almost here. It's a month away.
Okay,
and they're playing training
Fair
camp.
enough.
But as they head into it all. Look, man, we got to get excited this time of year. We got to come up with something. When I hear people talk about the Broncos, Chad, and then when you got this elite defense, and they've got this defense, is everybody making almost this is a little bit of a strong word, a dangerous assumption that this defense is just going to be elite?
Everyone is making the assumption. If it's dangerous, that I think is another question.
How about
this? I'm gonna have to ponder that for a moment.
Has this defense?
I mean, they were 4th in points allowed last year.
4th in points allowed, so that's
or
good.
points per game. I should
points
say.
per game.
Same thing.
But that's a stat that's spread out over a lot of games. The visual got a little different as the season went on. I don't want to downplay the defense, but we did see them for the second season in a row struggle to get off the field later in the year. Back-to-back playoffs. Josh Allen has not punted, basically, against his defense. There was a lot of turnovers. I don't think you can bank on that. John Franklin Myers is gone. I think, as Zach says, reasonable minds can conclude that Jonathan Cooper will miss some stretch of this season.
I don't expect it. I'm not counting on him for anything.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's the safest way to approach it.
And that's fair. And where I get that is, remember last year, I don't remember the exact stat between Zach Allen, Benito, Cooper, and John Franklin Myers. They were one team to have like this amount of guys with 7 sacks. And 50% of that's probably not going to be there. The pass rush is elite. The rest of the defense is not elite. It's very talented secondary. It's an elite pass rush, and the middle is mediocre at best. There's film out on the Vance Joseph defense Vance is most elite with his pass rush. That seems to have taken a hit unless somebody can rise up, and there's guys that we might like for that. But overall, does this defense at least warrant a deeper look into how effective it can be throughout this season to help the Broncos win a Super Bowl? Because that is the goal.
I think it does against the top-tier teams. And I think the Broncos have elevated themselves now to where we need to have different conversations. We need to frame the conversation differently. League ranking in stats, I'm not going to pay as much attention to because I don't care when they play the Jets. I don't care
the Cardinals
when they play the Cardinals.
Right.
Like what they do against those teams when they play Miami, who's trying to lose, I don't care how that impacts their overall stats. They need to execute and win those games, but the Broncos they've gotten the promotion out of, having to look at and deal with those numbers for those games. What matters is the marquee games against the teams that you're going to be battling against for playoff spots and in the postseason. And as you mentioned, Buffalo only stopped themselves in 2 playoff games the last 2 years against the Broncos. I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due when McMillan makes a play as amazing as he did, but that wasn't the 4 other turnovers that Josh Allen was responsible for. But when you're playing Kansas City, Jacksonville, Rams, 49ers, Chargers, Seahawks to start, I'll look at the numbers then and where they stack, because those are legitimate matchups of teams that are on equal ground, equal footing of where you are as a legitimate contending team. But at the end of the year, I'm not going to look back and worry about your 2 games against the Raiders and your game against the Cardinals and your game against the Dolphins.
That middle stretch of the season, basically, and then you close out Buffalo, New England Chargers. That's
right,
and that's specifically late in the season where they've struggled. They're going to be battling for playoff spots.
So
right there,
my concerns are going to be, looking at what does the pass rush look like, but what does the defense look like overall when they're playing Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, yes, even Justin Herbert, because it's going to happen twice.
Trevor Lawrence, who tore him up last year.
Yeah. And Josh Allen. And, I'm not even going to throw Drake May and New England in there, even though they went to the Super Bowl, because the defense did fine against them. But it's those other games. Like, it's twice against Mahomes and Herbert. It's Josh Allen on Christmas. It's Matt Stafford. And it's I'll throw Trevor Lawrence in there, even though I'm not a huge fan. It's those games. What does the defense do in those games, and can they get the other team off the field?
That's the big one, and that's something that I'm going to have to see. And that's something I think needs more attention than it's getting as we head into this season. But, Chad, we've got the Fan Football Camp. Is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. Chad, the Knicks won the championship. That means we're on to the NBA offseason. A lot of noise about what the Nuggets are going to do, but what is realistic for them to do and what do we expect? We'll get into that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South.
Don't give him room to breathe!
And Every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado, so your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Ent is becoming wings. It's a big change, but we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine. But we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are, but how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, this is Larry Jagger with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Colorado weather can be tough on your roof. If hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, call Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned since 2012, they're a GAF Master Elite contractor with an A-plus BBB rating, serving residential and commercial properties. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together. With low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis and Chad Andrews sitting in for the fellas today. Chad, the Denver Nuggets, I think, fell short this year, but this past season fell short of expectations, but the offseason is here. There's a lot of talk. The report last week, there's a lot of talk around the Nuggets. The report last week, I think, from Mark Stein was they prefer to trade Christian Brown, but Aaron Gordon's whoever he wants. And then this week, they're looking to maybe trade up from pick 26. With all of this going on with the Nuggets, as far as transactions, what is the most realistic move you could see the Nuggets making?
Whew. There's just so many dominoes to fall and so many buttons to push to change things. I think it's safe to assume something is going to happen, but what I think is being overlooked, I don't know how many people realize we're coming up on the NBA draft on Tuesday. And I'm going to go ahead and say there's a significant chance that the Nuggets start to look very different on Tuesday in like 4 or 5 days.
Okay, what does different look like?
A core piece traded.
And that would be
to start.
We got Jamal, Cam, Aaron Gordon. I think those, and Christian
Brown. You need one team.
Okay.
You need one team to take on Christian Brown.
All it takes is one.
But you're talking about 4 starters in conversations that I think are ongoing.
Yeah.
Continually ongoing. The draft picks moving up is going to require something attached to it. So I don't think you can move up very far in the draft. There are a couple of spots like maybe from 26 to 21 with the Pistons and giving them Cam Johnson in exchange and swapping the picks. So you're unloading salary, you're losing a starter, but you're moving up to maybe get a guy that 5 picks later you might not be able to get. Maybe Dalen Swain from Texas, something like that. There are a couple of other spots. I mean, the Hornets would be another team that could use a player with the shooting of Cam Johnson and the veteran presence.
Yeah, because they're on the rise.
And
but they're not there.
And they have picks at 14 and 18. Can you get all the way up to 18 by just attaching Cam Johnson? I don't know. Do they have any interest in anyone else? What does that do for their timeline with the age of their players? Those are the two that I would look at in terms of moving up. When I heard moving up, there's one player I would love for them to get. They can't move up far enough. They can't move up far enough to get the Yaxel Lindeborg kid from Michigan. They can maybe get the other guy, the Morez Johnson, huge big body kid from Michigan. when they move up. But
didn't they try to visit with him? Wasn't there rumors around that? I don't know. If
it's been pretty quiet, right? We used to know every day who was visiting and who was working out. We haven't heard any of that stuff from the Ben Wallace regime for the Nuggets.
Right. The Ben Wallace regime.
Look, I think it's safe to assume somebody from the starting five will not be here, and most people seem to think that will be Cam Johnson. I think that's domino number one.
That's the easiest contract to trade. He's a good player. He's got 1 year left. It's the most appealing.
Unless they can figure out some sort of trade to get something in return, which I think is unlikely, it is almost a certainty in every scenario that they waive and stretch Jonas Valanciunas. So his money only counts like less than $700,000 against the cap. They stretch him out. He can go to Europe and do his thing. That's one thing. Tim Hardaway Jr. almost is a certainty that will not be here.
He's going to get paid.
He's going to get more money. The Nuggets can't pay him. The only scenarios in which Tim Hardaway Jr. are here is if there are massive other moves that free up money. And that means like Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, or Aaron Gordon leaving and probably not retaining Peyton Watson as well. So you can scratch Tim Hardaway off, you can scratch Jonas Valanciunas off, and then you're probably removing one starter minimum. And this could all happen as soon as starting on Tuesday because of their desire to potentially move up in the draft.
What does it say? We all had high expectations going in last year. If Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Cam Johnson are all off the roster next year.
So what is the return when you do that? Because that's ultimately what you got for Michael Porter Jr.
Right. And does it really turn into you just had to get off that MPJ contract, and that was the path to do it? I don't think their plan was let's get off it, take whatever, get rid of everybody in a year. But this essentially turns into you salary dumped Michael Porter Jr. and paid a first-round pick to do it.
And look, as many things as the Nuggets have done well and gotten right in the Jokic era and leading them to a championship, the two things that they've really bungled is they overpaid Michael Porter Jr. when they didn't have to, and they've overpaid Christian Brown when they didn't have to, and it's painted them into a corner that makes everything else difficult.
Yeah, that's tough because CB, I mean, he did take that step 2 years ago. You liked what you saw, but I think one thing, you liked what you saw, but could you project that going forward? I think that was really tough. I think one of the hardest things to do, and here you go, I mentioned it every show, it's why Bill Belichick was successful in New England all those years. It's really tough to not fall in love with your championship roster. And teams, the Broncos did it after 2015. You fall in love with those guys, you're immediately nostalgic over guys that are still here, and you feel pressured to overpay them.
But not only that, fans are never going to bash you for keeping guys that won.
No,
they love them.
They're going to be.
They're
fans.
loyal to them.
And CB has highlights from the NBA Finals, from that playoff run.
Game in Miami, he was the reason why, man. What was it, Game 3?
Game 3, he was outstanding. And that's the game that kind of made it like, all right, this isn't a series. This is going to be the Nuggets. So very interesting, as Chad pointed out, the NBA draft, Tuesday night, the 23rd. What are the Nuggets going to do? Whether they do well or bad this offseason, it's going to be interesting to watch.
The one thing I'll say, and I know we got a break, I think it has been largely assumed that because the high prioritization on retaining Peyton Watson, I think most people think that is the focus and that's what they're going to do. I don't know that they're going to be able to achieve that. I am more skeptical than most people that Peyton Watson will be back.
I'm actually right there with you on that, Chad. You know, let's keep that going. Why are you skeptical on Peyton Watson not coming back? Chad and John filling in for the guys. We'll do that next.
3 years ago, the Broncos were a laughingstock. Now, back-to-back playoffs, 32 wins, and an ownership group spending like they mean it. Now Cecil's ready to say what Broncos country is thinking.
The greatest bit of news and information that I can provide today for you is merely this. Greg Penner is inevitable. Greg Penner is undeniable. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group and the Denver Broncos are going to be a dynasty. They just are. That sort of businessman, that sort of business people do is they excel.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Hey, it's Zach here. Summer is here, and 5280 Exteriors is kicking it off with a huge June offer. Get free gutter guards when you purchase a whole house of siding. Lock in your project now and enjoy beautiful new siding before fall hits. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Ah, now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
When it's sports, you love watching the pros.
If it's surgery, you definitely want the pros.
When you need a new roof, call Denver Roof Pros.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products, June 12th through the 22nd. You know, I'm looking at these studio walls. I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Just get that Cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. Order online, get everything delivered right to your door, or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available and qualifying orders.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan. AI for the trades.
Over 65 and looking for convenient primary care? One Medical Seniors is ready to take care of you. Call them at 833-312-3204.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an oh really right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrus sitting in for the guys this morning. Chad, before we went to break, we're talking Denver Nuggets. You mentioned Payton Watson. Now, the reason we bring that up is all these reports you hear about the Nuggets, whether it be they want to trade Christian Brown, but Aaron Gordon's the more likely. They're looking to move up in the draft. It's always followed up with, but they are prioritizing signing Payton Watson. That always ends up there. You don't believe that it is as important to the Denver Nuggets to retain Payton Watson as maybe that's been put out there? Do I have that correct, or you don't think it's as likely he comes back?
I don't think it's as likely. I think it is important. It would be my preference for sure. I am 100% on the Payton Watson train. I think the roster they reshape around Jokic should have a whole bunch of dudes that look like Payton Watson or Aaron Gordon. Like, they're hard to find. I get it. And they all have limitations. They might not have shooting. They might not have playmaking abilities on all of them. They may not have the basketball IQ that we're accustomed to seeing here, but they can get guys that are athletic and can absolutely grind you on the perimeter, stop dribble drives, stop straight line drives, protect the rim. I would love to see a team built like that, with a bunch of hyper super athletes around Jokic, which the Nuggets just haven't had. So, yes, I love Payton Watson. I think he should be a priority. I just don't know how realistic it is. One, given his desire to stay here, the money he can make otherwise, the teams that have money available out there willing to, how high are they willing to go? Can they poison a contract to the extent to where it's just not possible financially for the Nuggets to match and retain him? And then is everybody on the coaching staff, in the locker room, and in the front office as on board as we're led to believe about retaining him? I don't know the answer to that question. But I think there are a lot of other factors. As much as we say it's the number one thing you have to do, you have to keep a young two-way wing with this kind of athleticism on your roster, in your locker room. I don't know if it's all up to them to do that. There are other people interested, and Payton Watson ultimately has a say somewhat as to what his preferences are.
And you say someone because the Nuggets can match.
Right.
So that's why he can let them know.
Right.
He can
let them know. Yeah, you can match, but I'm not going to like it.
Yeah. So with that, I do agree. My whole thing, I've said it this offseason, is Jokic and Watson is my plan going forward, like of what's currently there. That's what I would love to see. There are a lot of factors into it. The Chicago Bulls could come through, and they need a player. They have a lot of money. The Clippers, they're always willing to make headlines with things like that. Brooklyn.
It's very
Brooklyn's
close with
another
Michael
one.
Porter.
Yeah. So with that, I think it would be real bad on this organization if you don't get anything for him in any sense, whether that be retain him or whether that be a sign and trade. If Payton Watson walks out the door for nothing, I think you have to question the decision-making going on with the Nuggets. The reason I say that is you should have been aware at the trade deadline that retaining this guy was probably not going to happen. Oh, they were in a championship window. I watched a lot of these games this year. It never felt comfortable with this team. It never felt, but they have the, once we get to the playoffs, things could happen. I can see how they talk themselves into keeping him, but it'll be a real disaster if he walks out of here for nothing.
You think people hate Calvin Booth now?
Right.
What do you think the sentiment will be if they go, all right, well, our plan is to maintain our core guys of Jokic, Murray, and Gordon, and then we're going to draft and develop young guys that can continually fill in the blanks and kind of stay in a contention window as they develop. Well, you developed one, and then he just walks for nothing.
Well, you re-signed the other ones.
Yes.
You re-signed Zeke Naji.
Yeah.
You re-signed Christian Brown. And then the one guy, to your point, that looks bad. And then to something we talked about earlier, if Cam Johnson's gone, if Valanciunas is gone, if Tim Hardaway Jr. is gone, you gave up a first-round draft pick to get all of those guys, 2031, and then you don't retain Payton Watson. I think it's fair to question, even more than we already are, what's going on there. For Payton Watson, again, I think I watched Dikembe Mutombo leave. Payton Watson's not Dikembe, but I watched him leave for nothing, and it was real bad. You got to at least sign and trade here, right?
It's an option. Yeah, it's one of the options on the table, but I don't think people are going to be real excited about what they get in return in a potential sign and trade. It's going to be, something like, I don't know, if he goes to the Lakers in a sign and trade, you're going to get Dalton Connect and a pick back.
Right, because one thing, Payton Watson, as much as we believe in him, he's not a max player. So
no.
you're not going to get the multiple first-round picks. He's not that level of player. So right now, kind of where you're landing with it, from what I'm hearing, you're not optimistic that Payton Watson is back with the Nuggets.
50-50 at best.
There's one guy there within the organization we talk about, because I'll back up here. They did not extend him last year. They extended Christian Brown. So if you're Payton Watson, you're sitting there going, well, why would I be loyal to you? You weren't loyal to me. He did do a commercial, his first commercial, with Nikola Jokic. Do you think Jokic, now we know Jokic doesn't like to meddle in things. I think sometimes he will give influence more than we're led to believe. If he gets with Payton Watson and he gets with the Nuggets, do you think Jokic can have an influence on both parties as far as Payton Watson returning? Unless the money gets ridiculous, obviously. But as far as if the money stays in the realm of possibility, does Jokic have an influence between both Payton Watson and the Nuggets?
I think it would be wise for anyone in any walk of life to listen to Jokic if he gave you advice. I'll just say that off the board. If he wants to give me advice on anything going on in my life.
I will listen.
Hey, I'm shopping for a new car. Yoke, what do you think?
Not only that, will I listen? I'll do what he says.
Yes. The man is brilliant. I would 100% recommend taking his advice in any way, shape, or form, or at least how he processes information and thinks about things. Consider it. That said, I think it's pretty naive to think that only his voice would carry weight or matter when Payton Watson is a Clutch Sports client. So Luka Doncic can't do the same thing to him.
Right.
Kawhi Leonard can't do the same thing. Michael Porter, his friend in Brooklyn, can't do the same thing. And whether or not, philosophically, if you ask me, Jokic has given me advice and MPJ has given me advice, who am I going to listen to? Yes, I'm going to listen to Jokic.
I think
right? I think my life's going to end up a little bit better if I do that. But Watson and Porter are friends, right? Watson is from L.A. So, I just don't want to overstate the fact, Jokic wants him and Jokic talked to him. Well, so did all these other guys. They did it too. He's a young player. He knows he's going to get paid. He wants to maximize his earning potential, but also his situation. And again, he looked at it as you had options to do this already and take care of me, and it would have cost you a lot less. But you did that for Christian Brown. You didn't do that for me. So I don't know how Peyton Watson views the opportunity of staying here, because you got to also consider he is looking to break out. He has already put out Instagram posts of summer of separation and things like that about his growth and how he is going to arrive. Is he going to arrive if he's the fourth wheel here?
Right. No, that's fair, too. Also, I don't think Clutch. I think it's either here or L.A. I don't think Clutch puts him with the Nets or the Bulls, unless the money gets ridiculous. But it's going to be interesting. The Peyton Watson thing's a pretty big mystery heading into this offseason. Chad, one of the most – there's a Broncos name that we've continually waited to hear break out, and it might look like we're still going to have to wait. And are we teetering on this player being a disappointment? Who are we talking about? We get into that next.
One can't stay on the court. The other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt, and how long will he be out? I mean, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. If you're considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss, stop right there in your tracks. You're going to spend thousands of dollars a year. And most people, when they stop using the medication, well, the weight comes back. That's what research shows. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days, safe and naturally. No injections, synthetic hormones, or long-term dependence. Guys, I went on the program. They asked me, hey, would you try it out? I said, certainly. 7 weeks later, I was down over 30 pounds, guys. And I'm telling you what, I have kept it off, because they use real food that helps reset your metabolism, control your hunger and cravings naturally, and helps your body get into fat-burning mode. Guys, this is food not shipped to your doorstep that you unpack and you put water in, you put in your microwave. No, I'm talking about proteins like fish, chicken, beef. I'm talking about vegetables, and I'm talking about fruits. And I'm telling you what, the program works. For a free phone consultation, all you have to do is reach out to them online. If you want safe, affordable, and sustainable alternative to weight loss injections, all you have to do is go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together, like an electric heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money installing a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. All in one comfort, all in one package.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at beattheda.com, 720-706-5151.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease. GrooveToyota.com. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease and soon. Hurry into Inglewood to Groove Toyota before the best Tacomas are gone. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere. Closed end lease for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing. Zero security deposit. On approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 6/30/26.
The game started. Call your dad.
I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey.
Here, shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans not for extended international use, you must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025.
Hey, it's Zach here. When it comes to home repairs or new construction, nothing should feel stressful or complicated. That's why I trust Homestrong. They make projects painless, affordable, and top quality from the very first scoop of dirt. If you need foundation repair, waterproofing, crawl space repair, egress windows, or have concrete concerns, call Homestrong. They can even turn your current crawl space into a fully finished basement within weeks. Call now or visit buildhomestrong.com for your free inspection and quote. Financing options available. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis and Chad Andrews sitting in for Mike, Mark, and Stoke this morning. We're going to get into a Denver Bronco that people are starting to get concerned about. But first, our fan football camp is back. If your child is interested in picking up the game of football, join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart. This takes place Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged between 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. Chad, speaking of camp, OTAs, training camp is coming up. Chad, are people panicking about Jahdae Barron too quickly?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. If you listen to our afternoon show, for sure, Zach is not happy at all with what we've seen from Jahdae Barron and what the prospects look like.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Or what we haven't
It's literally
seen.
impossible.
Yeah. I understand frustration. And look, nobody is more of a maximizer than me. It is like my most dominant personality trait. I want the most out of everything, right? I want to maximize every opportunity. I go to Las Vegas. I sit down at a table with $100. I fully expect to leave with 10,000. It's not realistic, but like that's just the way my brain works. So when the Broncos have the 20th pick in the draft, I expect an impact player, and I understand the frustration there with him not having much of a role in his rookie season, and now it appears like not much has changed going into year two. So I get why people would be frustrated. My question is, okay, right after Jahdae Barron, 2 picks later, Omarion Hampton went. And that was somebody that we had talked about. You and Cecil were on the air that night targeting him as a potential choice at number 20. The pick after that, Matthew Golden, went to the Packers and looks like he's going to be a player, super speed receiver for them. Other than that, when you look at the rest of the first round 2 years ago, where's the big miss? Is it, the last pick when the Chiefs took Josh Simmons at tackle? Would he have played for the Denver Broncos the last 2 years more than Jahdae Barron would have? You wouldn't have picked Jackson Dart, who went after him. Is it Malachi Starks at safety, so you wouldn't have brought in Hufanga?
Right.
So I get wanting more out of what your asset was at number 20, but what is that? What would it realistically have been? And I'm not here ready to write off Jahdae Barron as a player. I still trust in the scouting report. I have enough belief and faith in George Payton that he's just not going to have a huge whiff going, we're at 20 and we thought this guy was going to be gone by 12. It's probably a good idea to take him and figure it out later. Okay, I'm fine with that. Plus, the elephant in the room, and this is what we've brought up several times on the air, is, yeah, he didn't play. He wasn't much of a contributor. They went 14-3. It's fine.
It's fine.
Figure it out when you can figure it out.
It's fine. And one of the reasons Jahdae Barron wasn't able to get on the field was the rise of another player. I think that's also important when looking at things. Jaquan McMillan, who we've seen as a ball hawk, he struggled late down the stretch in 2024. Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, and those 2 road games late in the year that year, they gave Jaquan some trouble. Jaquan took a huge step last year. It's okay if you're not able to get the rookie on the field right away because another guy stepped up. I think it's something that I think developed during the Elway years because John post-Super Bowl did a bad job. And I love Elway. He did a bad job. One thing that happened is he did such a bad job building depth that we got accustomed to needing first-round picks to be off-the-charts contributors right away. We developed this unrealistic expectation. When you're a good team, you pick in the back half of the round, and you can afford to draft and stash guys. You can afford to take guys and develop them. Now, Jahdae, he hasn't been doing much in OTAs because he had a surgery back in February. That's why you get that in the offseason. I think just right now, for a guy that just didn't see a lot of action because they didn't need rookies to contribute. And when he did play, we saw some stuff. He was good against Travis Kelce. So I think right now we need to actually see Jahdae on the field continually making mistakes and screwing up before we decide that this is just a bad draft pick.
You also need to consider for a moment Hufanga came in off of injury at safety and then played the whole season. You had Brandon Jones go down at the end in the second half and late into the playoffs. Riley Moss played the whole year. Surtain got the concussion and missed, a game and a half, essentially.
Yeah.
Otherwise, McMillan was out there. You were healthy in the secondary. You're not going to be healthy in the secondary all the time.
Because Hufanga does have an injury history as well.
And, when you drafted him, it was not just the athletic ability. It was also the versatility of this guy can move around, and you can bring him up in run support. You can play him outside covering, an X receiver. You can put him in the slot. You can do anything you want with him in his versatility. You're not going to be 100% healthy every year, year in and year out at every position in your secondary. Pretty good chip to have in your back pocket.
Yeah,
pretty good card to play.
A versatile player plus Riley Moss's contract is coming up. They're going to have to make a decision on that. And I'm not saying, look, Jahdae Barron, maybe there is more reason for concern than I'm giving it. And maybe this pick does turn out to be bad.
I'll be concerned when they're not on the path to 14-3
right.
or 12-5.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be concerned when their secondary's getting torched or it looks like McMillan suddenly can't play anymore or whatever the case may be, or guys are hurt and then you're still not seeing any production when he's out there. Then I'll be concerned. I'm not going to be concerned when the team's going 14-3.
Right. And the position that player plays is excelling. And the guy that is literally in front of him makes the play of the season.
Yeah, 100%.
Against Buffalo makes the play of the season with the Broncos. So and real quick, Sean Payton actually did speak on Jahdae Barron.
I think the key is staying on the field and being healthy. I think he's an instinctual player. And so I think for him is just getting the reps and the practice work.
And that's all it really is with Jahdae Barron, is they need to get him on the field, but you can't – they don't seem bothered by that at all. I mean, Sean's just saying he needs reps. That means Sean sees where Jahdae Barron might, quote-unquote, struggle and is just like, we'll just get him on the field. They trust him. He called him instinctual, which means they like what they see from him. So I think the people that see him every day aren't panicking, and until we see him, maybe we pump our brakes on being concerned.
It's the first-round pick tag. It is assigning an expectation because of where he was drafted. If you flip this conversation and you talk about how excited all the same people were for the development of Q Robinson and what they've seen from him after not playing for most of the season, then it's a totally different conversation. So you can not play him 1 year, see development and growth, and now a potential opportunity that may be arising for him to be on the field more, and you can be happy and excited about that. But because there's no room for Jahdae Barron to go, there's no role for him to step into, you're disappointed. But he's attached to number 20. Q Robinson is not attached to a first-round pick.
If in 3 years, it takes 3 years, and Jahdae Barron develops and is suddenly a starter for the next 6, the pick works.
100%. Yeah,
the
absolutely.
pick works. It doesn't have to be as immediate, and I think the Elway era kind of got Broncos country in that mindset. Chad, we run a segment in our pregames called Point to Prove, and this person showed up in that segment for the Broncos every week, but this person is going to be here for even longer. Who is this person, and was this a good move for the Broncos, and what's trending? All coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Reclaim your freedom to move, explore, and live life on your own terms. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, Regen RX's natural stem cell or PRP therapy sets you free, using your body's own natural ability to heal. Regain the freedom you've been missing. Get your totally free consultation today and see if it's the right move for you. Give my friends at RegenRx a call today at 303-630-9770 or visit them at regenrx.co. That's regenrx.co, and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Minicamp reminds us of something important. No one was meant to do life alone. Every great team has teammates, coaches, and accountability. The same is true for men. If you're trying to navigate life on your own, it's time to find your team. Join a New Path men's group in person or virtually and build faith-filled brotherhood that helps you lead at home, at work, and in life. And while you're at it, check out the latest music from New Path Worship and stream their newest song. Visit newpathonthefan.com to learn more, because no man was meant to walk alone.
Professional Power Plays, brought to you by Propane.
Okay, team, America's energy security is on thin ice. Overburdened electric grid, rising costs, severe weather. You could stick with the grid and ride it out, do nothing and hope the problems go away, or here's your power play. Propane. Affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Siltar Motors is loaded right now with certified pre-owned cars and trucks starting at $10,980. Everyone inspected. 90-day warranty. guarantee and a 5-day exchange. If you change your mind, any reason, done. Get the most for your trade-in at sthmotors.com. Takes 2 minutes and puts more money in your pocket. Shopping new? Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay, thousands off. 66 years, family-owned, hundreds of vehicles. This is the deal you've been waiting for. sthmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Chad, you and I do the pregame. John Davis and Chad Andrus with you this morning. We do the Broncos pregame. Check us out 2 hours before the game up to kickoff. Check out the Fan the whole pregame. We go the whole Sunday up until kickoff. Chad and I always take you up to kickoff. We have a segment called Point to Prove, and Sean Payton showed up in it every week. I think there was like 3 weeks where he felt he didn't have a point to prove. But overall, the Broncos extended him this past week, and to me, this is what it tells me. When the Broncos, Walton Penner Group decided to extend Sean Payton 5 years, 5 minutes, you're here 5 more minutes, 5 years, what that tells me is that above all, the Walton Penner Group is committed to putting the Broncos in the best position to win.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
Things are going very, very well. You have someone who has come in and been an excellent head coach, regardless of what you think about his play calling and offense and how frustrating it has been to watch at times. He's been an excellent head coach and steward of this organization to change the culture and make them a winner. And I would be very hesitant to be anxious to move on to something unknown when you have this as your known. So you know you're in the mix now. You know you have a chance. Whether or not you actually get to the mountaintop, that remains to be seen. No one's done it with 2 teams, and Sean's given it a real good go here. I'm fine with it, really. It's really a 3-year extension because he had 2 remaining anyway. They're just changing the money on those 2 and extending for 3 more years. I think it's great because it aligns with George Payton's new deal, with what they've built together. It aligns with their expected timeline for the new stadium. So if things don't go well or if they go off the rails, you will have the momentum in the excitement of the new stadium to go along with new coach, new front office management at that time, where it's all happening at the same time to build out together. And quite honestly, I'm fine with saying Sean Payton has earned it and he deserves it. So all of those things said, the recent history of the NFL actually points to older coaches in their 60s, specifically age 62 and above, which what Sean is, having more success than not. And there's a lot of things you can say about whether it's Andy Reid or Pete Carroll or Bruce Arians winning a championship, Bill Belichick, all guys over the age of 62. And yes, before anyone yells at me on the text line, I understand 2 of those guys were playing with Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. It is a factor. But the evidence is still there. If anyone's worried about his age and coaching up to age 67 or potentially even beyond that, if he's extended then, there's been a lot of old guys that have won a lot. And the reason that happens is because their experience matters. And the reason they're still in the league at age 62 and beyond is because they win, because they're good at what they do. So 100% behind it.
Yeah, Sean Payton, and to that point, Bruce Arians, Andy Reid, they had success prior to getting Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes too. So you see those guys kind of excel. I love the move. To your point, everybody's like, well, does that mean Davis Webb won't be the head coach? You don't know if Davis Webb is going to be a good head coach. Sean Payton did something here in Denver that legitimately has changed how teams view their approach to roster building and tearing it down and rebuilding. He just ate the dead money on Russell Wilson. Now the Dolphins do it. You get teams, they talk, if they extend C.J. Stroud and it doesn't work, the Texans might do it. He has laid a blueprint to say, don't be scared of moving on from somebody that shouldn't be in your organization and rebuilding it. You can find success. So Sean Payton literally in Denver has changed the way teams view how to approach bad contracts.
Except the Cleveland Browns.
Except the Cleveland Browns, who still have Deshaun Watson. Well, I think if they cut him, the dead money's still like $1.8 billion or something like that. So it's the worst contract in the history of the NFL. One thing, too, with the Walton Penner Group that I like and what this says about the Broncos as an organization with George Payton and everything, look, Sean Payton is a Bill Parcells guy. Rarely with Bill Parcells did you hear, great coach, but I just love hanging out with him. He's just such a pleasure. I think there's a lot of that in Sean Payton. And you see it. We talk about some people don't like his play calling. Some people don't like the way he handles himself. Some people don't like the way Sean Payton speaks, maybe too candidly at times. Walton, Greg Penner specifically seems like a guy that isn't looking for a loose cannon walking around. But I think as difficult as Sean Payton might be, Greg Penner realizes the goal is to win, and this guy helps us win. And I think the previous regime, the Joe Ellis, John Elway, I think at times who I prefer personally gets to be here versus winning. I think that happened quite a bit. And what I like with the Walton Penner Group is that it's about this guy is winning us football games. It'd be hard to replace this. Like you said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Let's keep this going.
Well, it's pretty easy to make that determination when your initial exposure to the franchise is having everybody's buddy, fun-loving Nate Hackett in charge and seeing how that worked out. Everybody loves being around him. Great guy for the room. Great energy. Good vibes.
And what I like about that, too, with the Walton Penner Group is also they didn't fire George Payton, because that Nathaniel Hackett hire gets maybe 31 other GMs fired. But they heard him out. George Payton survived the Russell Wilson contract and hiring Nathaniel Hackett. So,
look, someday, somewhere, there has to be a documentary, a book, a tell-all, an interview of just how close the Broncos truly were to Aaron Rodgers, because that has to be the reason why the Hackett thing happened. So it was the domino that didn't fall that really messed up everything else for that season.
What do you mean?
I think that would be fascinating, and I think that's a story that does come out at some point. Hopefully it does, because I'd be fascinated to know.
Think Mark will be interviewed for that one?
Well, Mark's the one that. And real quick, Mark wasn't the only person that said it that day. He's just the one everyone went after. Somebody else around town also had the same information that Mark had. But
it was a pretty big flex, though. I remember texting people at the station because it was during our draft coverage.
No, it was.
And Mark just casually drops it in.
That Aaron Rodgers is going to be.
Okay.
I'm not a smart man.
So, but Sean Payton, this season now, the expectations are going to maybe be higher than they're going to ever be when he's in Denver. He's got this new contract now. The Davis Webb thing, I think we now know Davis Webb we're not holding the spot for a year and then Davis Webb takes over the keys to the castle.
If you were hoping he was going to be the head coach, I apologize. If he's good at what he does, calling plays, he's going to be a head coach somewhere else. If he's not good at it, he's not going to get the job here. So, yes, the chances are significantly reduced that he's ever the head coach of the Broncos, or at least the immediate successor to Sean Payton. Maybe if he comes back way down the line, Gary Kubiak style, cool. But, If you were hoping Davis Webb was your guy in the near future or the immediate successor to Sean Payton, yeah, that's probably out the window.
And he shouldn't be, because Sean Payton's done a good job. That said, point to prove, our segment, Sean Payton the mainstay. And one reason you and I constantly say, Sean, we need to see this, is because our expectation of him is so high. We believe in Sean Payton. We've talked about it. Could you argue Jim Harbaugh's a better head coach than Sean Payton? Yes. But could you argue Sean Payton's a better head coach than Jim Harbaugh? Yes. The argument can go. That said, going into this season, what does Sean Payton have to prove? Because I still do think he has things to prove here in Denver.
I think the 100% dedication to being the head coach and not being the play caller is the most fascinating adjustment, because we have seen clock management issues. We've seen timeout management issues. And with the play calling removed, that's his primary responsibilities, is the game management. Yeah. And does he take into consideration more of some of the positions he's putting VJ's defense in with the 3 and outs that had happened previously, right? Is Davis Webb taking that into consideration with his play calling? How is he navigating and delegating those two responsibilities, but then tying them together and saying, you have to play complementary football for us to ultimately do what we want to do? So I think a 100% focus on that is the most fascinating dynamic. And he's been a good head coach with other responsibilities. So the leap that everyone should be making is that, well, he should be better now because he has less on his plate.
And I think that's kind of where the point he has to prove this year, Sean Payton, is, because as much as we got on his play calling, because most of the time the criticisms were about Sean Payton, the OC, not so much Sean Payton, the head coach. However, AFC Championship, the game manager, the head coach screwed the team the most by going for it on 4th down. That's not an OC call. That's a head coach call. And that's where maybe having too much on his plate, thinking about his play calling, the rhythm, the success he had. If he's the head coach, he's looking at things probably a little bit less play to play and more on that macro sense. Maybe he doesn't make that call to go for it on 4th down in the AFC Championship game if he's not going, what about this? I had this success on this play. So that's where I think we do need to see the improvement. And it'll be slight. It'll be slight. It won't be as obvious play to play, but overall, maybe 5 weeks into the season, we're sitting there going, boy, the rhythm of these games is going a lot better for the Denver Broncos. It's not as bad in the middle, come back at the end. It's a little more even-keeled and less chaotic.
Or just situations where everyone is sitting at home in their living room screaming at the TV, timeout, timeout, timeout. You're watching the clock tick away.
Right. Or why did you call that timeout right there? And things like that. And it could be as simple, too, Davis Webb. Now, Davis Webb's going to be new at this. So a lot of people, it's still weird to me that people assume, oh, the offense is going to be better when we're removing literally one of the most brilliant minds in the history of the sport, going to a guy who's never done it. And we think, oh man, this is going to be great. Like Davis Webb, point to prove. He's got a lot to prove, but also Davis Webb as a first-time play caller has got a pretty good guy to lean on in Sean Payton as he goes through that process.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to have to work out some kinks in what does that line of communication look like? How are the plays getting in faster without interruption when Sean wants to weigh in? Like, what is that process? How does that work? And, I'm confident they will figure it out because so far Sean has figured out the rest since he's been here.
I don't know. I think Davis Webb will probably be in the booth, but let's say he's on the sideline. Do we get any of those moments where we've had with Sean and VJ a couple times where the body language is pretty clear that there's a point of contention going on? Could you see that with Davis Webb?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No question. When it comes to play calling, and Sean, as you said, has the skins on the wall, and he's talking to a guy who's done it for the first time, I think it's going to be better for Davis Webb, not just doing his job, the professional element and his chances at success, but better for his mental health if he's in the booth rather than on the sideline. I want my offensive coordinator in the booth. I want him seeing the whole field.
And I think that's where he's going to be. Plus, you avoid Sean Payton. But also, Sean likes the pushback. We've seen Bo and Sean get into it, and everybody seems to be fine on that. So
I love him.
Just it's interesting that David Adelman and Jared Bednar are being retained. and Sean Payton's being retained. This was a news story for all three coaches this year. All three coaches were in the playoffs. What does Sean Payton have to where we have? Is it just the longevity, the career, that we have complete faith and we're celebrating Sean Payton being brought back, versus the flip side, David Adelman, who it wasn't great this year, but he took the Thunder to 7 the previous year, and he's one Aaron Gordon injury away from maybe getting to the Western Conference Finals. Bednar got as far as Sean Payton did. He's got as many championships as Sean Payton. Why such faith in Sean and such little faith in these other two guys?
I think Bednar's the closest comparison because of the reasons you said, right? He has a championship, and he did get just as far this last season. The difference is I don't think anybody has honestly assessed the Broncos and said they're the most talented team in their league, they should win. No one has tabbed them as the favorite, where the Avalanche have consistently been, if not the number one favorite, odds-on favorite to win the Stanley Cup. They're in the top 2 or 3 every single year, and it appears the roster is more talented than the rest of the league, so everyone thinks they should win, and they're being upset as the favorite. Different sport, different challenges. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later in how hard it is to win in the NHL. But that's the difference, I think, primarily between Bednar and Payton. Payton is overachieving, and the way they came back and won games in the fourth quarter and won clutch games that maybe they should have lost. It is viewed as the Broncos are not the most talented team on the field every week, but they're finding ways to win, and coaching has to play a role in that, whereas the Avalanche are viewed as the most talented team on the ice every time they take it. So if they lose, the coach must be screwing up. So those are kind of the way I think the perceptions of the two coaches are handled there. Adam is a totally different animal. Right. Brand new first year, no resume, nothing to lean on, and an immediate flame out in the playoffs a year after taking over on an interim role and going further. So it's a totally different discussion. Adelman is going to have to win a championship to come anywhere close to earning that level of trust. He's going to have to change the way the team plays and responds when they're under duress, and change the attitude and the approach, what the toughness looks like, and really what the style looks like of the team, to show that it was a coach's imprint of, we went away from the ball being in Jamal and Jokic's hands all the time because it didn't work too many years in a row. So we adapted, and that was a coach's decision. He's going to have to do that and win a championship to earn that level of trust that Payton has, and Bednar's got to do it again. So he's going to have to exceed Sean's accomplishments with another championship because everybody thinks he has a more talented roster.
Yeah, and I also think everybody feels if Bo doesn't go down and the snow's not, now the snow, that's on Sean. We knew that was coming. But I think everybody looked at it saying, boy, if Bo doesn't go down, Sean, they're in the Super Bowl. Versus just, it was given away, and you had 4 shots to beat that team. You couldn't beat them one time. But Chad, so yeah, all three coaches, it was a story that all three coaches being retained. Just last one, the Sean Payton extension, did it surprise you? It surprised me that it happened just because we hadn't heard anything, and there was 2 years left on it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it.
Right.
There's no question of that. It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, I wonder why they decided to do that now when there were already 2 years remaining.
Yeah, but I was happy it happened. It was a pleasant surprise. Chad, now we move into what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
Chad, the world awaits this weekend. Why would you watch golf? Why would you watch the World Cup when the Colorado Rockies and the Pittsburgh Pirates get ready to go head-to-head? I don't know anybody that's looking to tune into this, but Paul Skeens, one of the most elite players in all of sports, going to be playing the Rockies. Any intrigue in checking that out at all?
I just don't have time on the schedule. Look, there's sometimes tickets available, and I never scoop them up quick enough. Look, if it were, and I hate to be this guy, I hate to be kind of the star chaser, whatever. If it were the Dodgers, and Ohtani was pitching. I know Mizorowski pitched here a couple weeks ago. Skeens should be on that level for must watch.
So. Yes.
Personally, I'm not able to make it happen, but if you can make it happen and get down there, yes, I would get down there for that. I always try to make it a point to go and see guys that could be transcendent talents. Whatever sport that is, if they're coming to town, I go out of my way to make sure I see that player in person and see it with my own eyes, not just to say I did it, but to kind of process it in a way that you just, you have to see it for yourself to understand why this guy is different. So when Skeens goes, is that tomorrow?
I believe it's tomorrow. Yeah, definitely go see it. And the Rockies, I'll say this, when I tune in to watch them this year, I try to catch as much as I can. I am entertained by them a lot of the time. I feel that there's at least that lull is not there anymore. And Penner, not Walton Penner Group. Penner being involved, I like that with the team going forward. Chad, Bogdanovich. Rumored that the Nuggets have interest in him. Now, why would they have interest in a guy like this when their star player is up for a big contract extension and is known to like Bogdanovich? No smoke there, right?
Serbia. Team Serbia. Bring a Balkan brother in. Bring another one of the Balkan boys in. Obviously, that didn't go so well in the Nurkic days. But otherwise, right, when Vlatko was around, he was a great sounding board and friend to Jokic. Bogdanovich is a guy he's played with on the national team. Can still probably play a little bit. I don't know how much. He may be headed more towards offers in Europe to finish out his career. So I don't know how much we can value the playing element of it, but we can value a locker room presence, a veteran, a leader, a guy who knows how to play in big games and play the style Jokic plays. So I'd be on board with that. And, you got to keep the big man happy. He doesn't have DeAndre Jordan cracking jokes with him anymore. He doesn't have Vlatko in there as someone who grew up in the same region. So give him a little support in the room.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably a vet minimum deal, right? I think he only played like 23 games, Bogdanovich, last year. So there's probably a vet minimum deal. If it gets Jokic, if it's just like a nice insurance policy to make sure that max contract, that extension is signed by Nikola Jokic, yes, bring in Bogdanovich. Again, 3 years ago, this is like a move that we're like, whoa, okay. Right now, it probably doesn't move the needle as much, other than to maybe help out Nikola Jokic. It's not going to cost a lot of money. I don't hate it.
Well, they're regardless of what path they go down, they do need veteran minimum contracts to fill this roster. They're going to have 2 or 3 or more, no matter what happens. Keep Payton Watson leaves. Keep Cam Johnson's traded. Make a huge trade with AG or Jamal or CB or what. They still are going to have to fill the roster with veteran minimum contracts. He is at the top of the list.
Might as well make Jokic happy along the way. So, Chad, John Davis, Chad Andrews filling in for the guys today. That Knicks parade yesterday, I had never really considered what a parade for the Knicks in New York City would actually look like. For one, FOMO that it wasn't my team, because we've gotten a lot of that. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, how really cool was that? For me, Jadakiss and Fabulous and Fat Joe and all these rappers taking part.
That's the big part for you. You don't care about the Knicks.
I don't care about the Knicks. But, Chad, as great as it was all very cool to see that happen. As guys who grew up watching Patrick Ewing play, knowing how good he was, not a Ewing guy, not a Knicks guy, but to see a guy that meant so much to a franchise actually get to be in that parade. Just overall, this Knicks story is not something we expected going into the year with how big and cool it would become. But the parade yesterday was just kind of a nice period on what's been a really fun, entertaining story.
Most of the people there probably weren't alive last time the Knicks won a championship. No. And I will give credit to New Yorkers for this. As insufferable as they can be at sometimes, as much as we have their teams driven down our throats by national media when they're irrelevant, like we hear about the Jets often that no one cares about, because Mike Greenberg is a Jets fan. So ESPN covers the Jets all the time.
They lead with it.
No one cares in the rest of the country. And I get that can be insufferable in the big market fatigue for New York. But they are insanely loyal to the Knicks, and they love basketball. Like, basketball resonates with them more so than all of the Yankees championships and baseball does, with their football teams playing their games in New Jersey. Hockey is hockey. It's never going to draw the attention of everybody in that city. Basketball is the sport that all the New Yorkers resonate with, and they get behind the Knicks, and it means something to them. So there was actual heart in it. It wasn't the soulless big city, huge money winning something in a fake or a facade of a celebration.
Los Angeles.
It was true passion from people that care about basketball and have been winning a long time to get it. So I'm happy for those people.
And this is weird. I'm never going to relate to these big famous celebrities, but it made the celebrities relatable with their passion and how much it meant to them.
Ben Stiller was jumping on local people's podcasts to talk about the Knicks run. Like, are any other basketball podcasters getting Ben Stiller booked on their podcast any other way?
No. So it was very cool. But no, so the Knicks, salute to all the Knicks fans, and they didn't show a bunch of Carmelo Anthony, which we love that here in Denver. So, Chad, you mentioned something earlier. We're going to get into it. There is a differentiation between how teams are perceived that you have pointed out that I don't think is touched on enough. And how do the Nuggets, Avalanche, and Broncos fall into these two categories, and how does that help us shape expectations? We'll get into that next.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, you know, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Over these last couple of years, gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to price declining, something people haven't seen in quite some time. So if you're thinking about selling your house right now, is the time to do it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy still offering his $5,000 guarantee. Can't sell your house at the price you guys agree upon, on the timeline that you guys agree upon. He's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, nobody else makes that offer. Troy makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. Has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. If you have a house, Troy probably has that perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and call him. 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and close in as little as 7 days. Get your home sold for the absolute most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
This segment on The Fan is built by Denver Deck Builders.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane. Okay. Yours was, get off my plane.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis sitting with my guy Chad Andrews today as the fellas are off. Chad, you talked about it last segment. It's something you've spoken about when you and I have worked together before, and I think it's an important distinction that doesn't get brought up enough when talking about expectations of teams, why teams disappoint, why teams surprise. And we see it with the Avalanche, the Nuggets, and the Broncos. And I think it's where we see the Broncos maybe be a team that right now people believe in more than the other two. But when looking at each team, explain to me the difference between the good teams and the talented teams.
Two different things. And I don't think most people see it that way. I think most people equate talent to being the best. If you particularly watch the NBA at all or follow the careers of guys like Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving, all of their rhetoric points to, well, if you've got more skill and more talent, you're the best. Well, no, you're not, because you don't always win. Who just won? Jalen Brunson.
Right.
Is Jalen Brunson the most talented player in basketball?
No.
Okay, but is he one of the best?
I think he's in that conversation.
Is his
for the
team
best.
the best?
Yep, exactly.
Are the Knicks the most talented roster in the NBA?
No.
Okay.
They weren't even they might not have been the most talented roster in the finals.
The Broncos, I'm confident in saying, were not the most talented roster in the NFL last year. They went 14-3. They were a pretty good team. The Nuggets had the most talented roster they've had in the history of their franchise. They've flamed out horrifically in the opening round. And, yes, there are other reasons. There are other factors in every season for every team, whether it's injuries, matchups, whatever you want to point to. That does happen. But most talented and best are not the same thing. Period. They can be the same thing. If you're Michael Jordan, you can be the best and the most talented.
If you're LeBron.
If you're LeBron James, yes, it can happen, but it is not set in stone that the most talented players are the best players and the most talented teams are the best teams. The Avalanche were the most talented team in the NHL.
You could argue in sports. At one point this year, they looked like the best team in the 4 major sports.
Were they the best? They didn't win a game in the Western Conference Finals.
A game. A single game.
Right? Again, so we have 2 teams at Ball Arena. One, the best in hockey and arguably the most talented roster compared to the competition across the 4 major sports that didn't win. Another that had the most talented roster in the history of its organization did not win and got really embarrassed by backups in the opening round of the playoffs. The Broncos, I don't think, have an equivalent level of talent to those 2 teams, but managed to find their way to having home field in the AFC Championship game. So was their team better? I think it's pretty clear that they were. But that distinction, it just boggles my mind how many people equate talent to being the best. It's not the same thing. You brought up the comparison last time we were on. How many years have we sat back in this state and watched Air Force football knock off ranked teams? Are they ever more talented than they are from recruits? They are not. No. But are they better? Oftentimes, yes.
Yeah, that's the big one. And I think when you look at the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avalanche, and you go by the talent versus good, what's the identity? The identity of the Nuggets is how talented Nikola Jokic is. And just this guy is unworldly. The identity of the Avalanche was just look how stacked they are. Look at all these players. They got McCarr and McKinnon. What is the Broncos? They win the line of scrimmage. That's the identity. Their identity is about style of play and forming, hey, we're going to bully you. And the Minnesota Timberwolves, who knock off the Denver Nuggets, are similar to the Broncos. Yeah, they have Ant, who is one of the most talented, but they're basically built like, hey, we're going to be tough, we're going to be long, we're going to be athletic.
We're going to win the point of attack.
We're going to win the point of attack. And that's why I think the Broncos, we have more confidence going forward. Pat Surtain's their most talented player. And yes, he's one of the most talented players in the NFL. But Jokic and McKinnon are Mahomes. They're Josh Allen. We don't have a guy close to that on this Denver Broncos roster. Yet how they've chosen to win the game stylistically is why they're a better team and a more believable team than the other 2 with the Nuggets and the Avalanche.
Yeah, absolutely. And it becomes really frustrating, particularly in the Avalanche regard, is when you have the most talented team, but you don't win. You're not the best team. And that is why questions arise about your coaching. Because why can't you win when you have the most talent? And this is what James Marilat has said repeatedly, if you can't win with this roster, what does it take for you to win?
And I think that's fair. And that is a really fair point. Because we have seen one team I think about recently that I think we might have thought the Avalanche was 2 years ago, and maybe even the previous years, the Philadelphia Eagles. They were the most talented, and they were the best. Now they lose some coaching and things fall apart, but so it does happen, but they were built correctly still with the talent. The talent was spread. It wasn't just localized into almost one skill set. And so with the Avalanche, that's if you can't win with this roster, it is interesting. But when we get there and we see the Avalanche go, the Kings kind of laid the blueprint there. Hey, you just muddy it up, you play them tough. The Kings' problem was they had no talent. they just had the style of play. Well, you get to the Kings, who can play that style, or the Golden Knights, who can play that style, but they also have talent.
And experience.
And when you get to the postseason specifically, talent becomes much less important in all the sports than being physical. The Broncos were very talented on defense in 2015. They were not as talented overall as the Panthers, yet they went in there and they whooped them. The Chiefs got whooped by the Eagles. The Nuggets continually get whooped by the Timberwolves. When you get to the postseason, there's something about being a tough physical team that they look across at their opponent and they go, these guys can't hang. They're just not tough enough to hang with us. And the Nuggets and the Avalanche are just not tough enough when it gets to the postseason.
I think it's 2 different things. in the way the sports are constructed. The Nuggets, there is a toughness element, but there is a physical limitation element.
And that's maybe more so. Maybe not lacking toughness. It's physical limitation. And then the Nuggets lost the two guys that had it. They weren't present there.
Yeah.
So not lacking toughness. I like the way you put it, physical limitation.
Yeah, I mean, if Jamal Murray can't dribble the ball up the floor and you have no other ball handlers and you can't get into your offense till 10 or 12 seconds left, and it's then completely reliant on two guys to make every play. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, those two guys, the other team is going to defend every play on the other end of the floor the entire game. It's not sustainable for your system to work. You need more help. You need more athleticism. You need more dynamic athletes on the floor to counteract that. So that there's a physical limitation element there. The Avalanche is a little bit different because you wonder, and I know at one point, years and years ago, the analytics department for the Avalanche had convinced the organization that size isn't really all that important if you look statistically through the history of the NHL. And I think they were particularly, tilting this more towards defensemen. And it didn't really matter how big your guys were. It was more of an effectiveness thing and a skill thing. And the analytics department had absolutely convinced the organization that that was not a factor. I don't know if they still believe that down there. Again, this was a long time ago. But there are things involved with the Avalanche that their skill and speed is so overwhelming and so dynamic during the regular season, but in the postseason we keep seeing the same things fail and that not working. And I hate to bring this up because I don't want to be an Avalanche apologist for why they don't win, but it does make me question the NHL as a whole because the best team never wins.
And that's a really great point.
Because in the regular season, the Avalanche were the most talented and they were the best.
Well, they won. I think that's one thing that got lost. They won in a variety of different ways throughout the year that they had not been winning previous seasons. Yeah. They could win 1-0. They could win 5-6. They could come back. They could keep a lead. They won dynamically.
They had goaltending. They checked every box. So not only were they the most talented, they were the best in the regular season. In the postseason, it did not translate to that when they ran into Vegas. And again, I'm not bringing this up to be an Avalanche apologist for their failures. That they know what the objective is, and they know the way their league works. But the best team never wins in the NHL.
It's the curse of the President's Trophy.
We have how many years of history of the best team not winning? It's happened once in the last 23 years with the President's Trophy, and you have to go back way, way, way before that before you get any evidence of it happening consistently. In fact, the last time the best team won like 2 years in a row, I think, was when the Avalanche and the Red Wings did it, and that was the very, very early 2000s.
Well, and that's a different era as far as how there was the salary cap was way different back then. You could go get whatever you wanted. That's why the Avalanche, the Wings, and the Stars were just rotating Stanley Cups back then.
Yep.
Because it was an arms
different
race.
league.
Yeah, it was a different league than what it is now. I mean, that's why the big thing is the Bruins a few years ago, what was an all-time points leader?
Yeah.
And they
flamed out immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah. But in today's NHL, with its salary cap, its structure, its rules, and particularly its playoff format, the best team never wins. It is the only sport where not only do they not win, they're almost guaranteed not to win. I mean, you have a better chance in the 68-team field, or it's growing up now, of the NCAA basketball tournament.
Every team gets in now.
Of the best team winning than you do in the NHL. And that's crazy to me, right? So there is a dynamic to the sport where the playoffs are completely different than the regular season, and I think, to me, something is broken there. Like there needs to be more of an alignment to your regular season and your playoffs that give you an indication. But the last 2+ decades in the NHL tell you it doesn't matter at all. So how are you supposed to go about building your team when you want to have home ice? You want to put yourself in the best position. You want to gain an advantage going into those matchups. But then really at the end of the day, it's not really, it doesn't really count for much.
And most of the time people chalk it up to playoff hockey. You never know what's going to happen. But truthfully, when I don't know how the structure works. I watch every Avalanche game. I follow the sport. I still don't really know how the playoff bracketing comes together. But it's weird because every year, not only does the best team get knocked off right away, you'll hear this in the first or second round. This is the real Western Conference Finals. Mm-hmm. It's just not happening. Is the last two teams in the conference.
The team never goes on to win.
Yeah, and you hear that consistently that this is the team, and it is. It's I think it's the larger picture. I think you're correct. There's something odd about the best team never winning. You look at the NFL, for example. The number one seed in the AFC was representing the AFC pretty much every year. It was all happening almost every year. That's why Mahomes going on the road a few years ago was such a big deal. The NBA, it's always the best teams. Like it's rare. The Heat against the Nuggets a few years ago, the Heat rising up, that was different. You generally in the NBA get who you're supposed to get there, but in hockey it never happens.
But the difference is, and we've said this for years and years and years, whether it's baseball, basketball, hockey, the beauty of the 7-game series is you can feel pretty confident when a team wins 4 times that they were the better team. Most of the time that happens. You can point to, not this offseason that just finished, but a year ago, I can make an argument that the Avalanche were the better team than the Stars, even though they lost that series. But more often than not, over a 7-game series, the team that wins is the better team. And you get that. I don't know if you can say that all the time in the NHL. It's just so bizarre in relation to all the other sports how the best team in its regular season never, ever, ever wins the championship. And it's hard to argue that it needs a dramatic overhaul because the Stanley Cup playoffs always deliver the drama. They always deliver the excitement, and it becomes clear year by year that is the hardest championship to win. And there is beauty in that. There is a uniqueness to hockey and a true beauty in winning that title that goes along with that. I still think there needs to be more of a correlation between what your regular season means and how you build a team versus how they play in the playoffs.
And maybe that does factor in, and I think Kroenke factors in a lot of it, why the Avalanche weren't as quick to let Bednar go. I think there's a lot of reasons, 1 year left on the contract. But overall, everybody upset about the Avalanche. I do think it is looking at it emotion removed to say, why would we make big changes? Why would we do that? That did you not see in Joe? And it was kind of infuriating to hear kind of the whole we had a bad week, essentially, that type of thing.
Yeah, it sucks to hear as a fan.
It sucks to hear as a fan, but it's like, I think right now they're the second best odds to win the Cup next year, behind Carolina. It would be now. I think there's things. I think you can move Nichushkin. You can maybe bring in somebody else. I look at it like Darian Stewart being added to the Broncos Super Bowl 50 defense. You don't need to go get the best guy to overhaul. You just need something tweaked. But even at that, with the way hockey goes, postseason, how much of a difference does that really make?
Well, it's just it's hard for me to accept, and I can't imagine being an executive, a front office member in that sport, and just saying, yeah, we do everything right. We've built the best roster. We're incredible. Look at what this team can do. They can win anyway. They've got everything. They check every box. But really, we go in with the full understanding that once the playoffs start, it's like 85% luck. Like, I don't know how that's acceptable.
Right. So I think a reevaluation in the NHL does need to happen there. Because the Avalanche, I'm not saying I agree with it. I can understand why Bednar wasn't fired. I can look at it and say it's fine they didn't fire him. I understand the arguments. I'm not going to push back on people that say he's underachieved. But to your point, there's a larger thing there with hockey that just seems to be. And James Marilat somewhere right now is yelling Florida Panthers at you and I, but because they won back-to-back cups. But Chad, the Ringer, they put out the 100 best players in the NBA yesterday. I'm going to read the top. I'm going to go with the top 10. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 1, Wembanyama 2, our guy Nikola Jokic 3, Luka Doncic 4, Jalen Brunson 5, Ant Edwards 6, Giannis 7, Kawhi Leonard 8, Cade Cunningham 9, Steph Curry 10. overall, I'm fine with that 10. I think there's guys you could move around in that 10. Jokic at 3. Is that where you would put Jokic?
Probably not where I would put him. And again, this goes back to personal preferences, and this goes back to honestly, there's always going to be a bias involved, because what is the most talented and what is the best?
That's how we end up here.
Jokic is the most skilled player in the league. That's not arguable. I'm sorry, I'm not listening to any other argument. He has the most skill of any player in the league. Is he the best? Well, his team keeps losing in the first or the second round since they've won the championship. And they lost to a depleted team this year, and he couldn't get them over the hump. So regardless of how skilled and how talented he is, does that make his team the best when they were the most talented team in Nuggets history? The SGA thing is really, really tough for me.
I wouldn't have him at 1.
I cannot discount how great of a player he is. My challenge in accepting that is I think you could completely remove him from Oklahoma City and they'd still go to the Western Conference Finals. So that tends to more of the most valuable argument that I push back against, because Shea is unbelievable. He's really good. I don't enjoy watching the way he plays at all. It doesn't mean that he's not good, but I don't relate his value to his team the way I relate the value of Jokic or Giannis or Wemby the same way.
I don't either. With Shea, that mid-range is incredible. It touches just the very bottom of the net every single time. He can get to the hoop when he wants to. Shea can take over. What bothers me is in the third quarter of Game 7, I believe, you got nothing for the Spurs. You pump fake and lean into the guy. I hate that. That's irritating.
Yeah, I mean, he's a tough guy to watch.
There's gamesmanship and everything, and it's not up to Shea to stop doing that. And one reason they lost that game is because when he pump fake and leaned into the defender, the ref just sat and watched. And when the ref doesn't give you that, doesn't play along, it's suddenly a lot harder for them. I think it's funny that I think it's interesting that Shea and Victor Wembanyama are ahead of Nikola Jokic. Because they did rank that. This came out yesterday, which would lead me to believe you waited till the playoffs were over and ranked them. I don't believe you waited till the playoffs were over and ranked these guys. Because you had Shea and Wemby ahead of Jokic, because probably the way things went. As things went further, I don't think the argument that Wemby and Shea are so clearly ahead of Jokic is as clear as it was maybe after the first round of the playoffs.
They waited to rank Brunson is what they did.
That's
they waited to figure out where they slot Jalen Brunson in, because I promise you, prior to being crowned a champion, he was nowhere near the top 5 on their rankings.
No, he wouldn't have been ahead of. He would not have been ahead of Ant prior to being crowned the champion. And I think Jalen Brunson deserves to be there. And right now we're talking the Ringer put out.
Wouldn't have been ahead of Giannis.
No, they ranked the top 100 players in the NBA. Jokic came in at 3 behind Shea and behind Wemby. And I just think, as you saw, specifically Wemby, by the way, when he's still raw, gets to the NBA Finals. That's pretty good.
Yeah, when he's tapped into about 30% of his offensive capabilities.
Yeah, and he's still there. But right now, he's not better than Nikola.
No.
He's a tall guy.
He's not better than Nikola. He does affect the game well. We can get into the roster around them better. But I think as Shea and Wemby exited the playoffs, yes, they got further. I think it became, to me, when you take a step back and you remove the emotion, Jokic, and it may not be beyond this season. I'm not saying he's clearly the guy. I think Jokic, averaging the triple-double, is still the best player in the NBA.
Yeah, and I do think there's an element to this that none of these guys are playing today, and it is projection for what ultimately they're looking towards for the course of next season and how they see it going forward.
And I'm not offended by people that say Nikola's no longer the best player in the NBA. I'm fine with that. All I ever wanted was the Nuggets to have the best player. We got it for 5-6 years. If it's over, I can live with that. He still is one of the top 3 best players in the world.
I'll frame it this way. Jokic and Wemby are the 2 hardest puzzles for the league to solve.
I think that's the best way to put it, is they are the two guys that the opponent is going into going,
what am I going to do with this?
Yeah, we don't really know what we're going to do. And the funniest part is more outside of like Mike, Kobe, and LeBron, with Nikola and now Wemby, you hear players just openly admit, I don't know what to do. And they'll be like, that was crazy. I didn't think that was going to happen. The opponents are in awe of what they see from Nikola and Wemby. So that's kind of why I have
they
them out
actively
there.
shy away from Wemby and don't take layup attempts or shots in the paint, which you don't see anywhere else in the league. Guys just turning down opportunities to score the basketball. So there is a clear visual, physical impact on the game, and the mental impact on the game that Jokic has when he knows the out of timeout inbounds plays of the other team better than their players that are trying to run them do.
And the opponent that said that is the Timberwolves, who they've played the Nuggets more than anybody. So they should be accustomed to what he does, and they're still going, he knows.
Yeah, he knows what we're doing better than we know what we're doing.
Yeah, so Jokic, this ringer, we will visit this later in the show because there is some more interesting things. The ringer ranked the top 100 players in the NBA. Bo Nix, disrespect has kind of been attached to Bo Nix. He's been disrespected a lot, seems to be the feeling. Is that really appropriate? Chad and I might have a little bit different view on that. We'll get into that next.
I don't get no respect at all.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
You know, when I say that Siltar Motors does whatever they can to get you into that essential vehicle, I mean it. For example, they've taken all the stress out of buying a used car, something that can cause anxiety because of all the unknowns. Let's start with the great deal. Siltar has certified pre-owned vehicles starting at just $10,980, and every single certified pre-owned vehicle at Siltar gets a thorough multi-point inspection under the hood, under the car, and a road test before it ever gets listed for sale. Every pre-owned with under 100,000 miles comes with a 90-day, 3,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, includes tow truck reimbursement and a rental car advance if something goes wrong. Not done yet. You get a 5-day exchange privilege. Don't love your car for any reason? Swap it. Too big, too small, too red. Let them know within 5 days and you can swap it with no questions asked. There's a reason why Siltar has been in business for 66 years, doing right by their customers, in this case, taking all the guesswork out of buying a used car. Shop at sthmotors.com and conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was made for Colorado, and Champ Honda is the place to get one. Whether you're navigating city streets or heading up to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need for all of it. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games or hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship.
You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah. And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrews, sitting in for the guys. We'll get into the disrespect of Bo Nix here in a second, but if your child is interested in picking up the game of football, then you should join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp presented by Walmart. Find us Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokley, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. That's June 27th. And for more information and to register your child, head to DenverSports.com/camp. Chad, the dark horse MVP conversation that came out a few weeks ago that Bo Nix was not part of it, had Brock Purdy and Trevor Lawrence and those types of players. And just overall where Bo Nix sits. In Denver, we seem to place him up on a pedestal. Nationally, he doesn't always get there. Overall, is Bo Nix disrespected, properly rated, over I don't want to say overhyped because I don't think that's fair, but just overall the perception of Bo Nix, is he disrespected when he's left out of things like the dark horse MVP conversation?
No, there's no disrespect whatsoever. There's no evidence that points to any reason why he should be included in that conversation. You can have belief, you can have optimism, you can have hope, and I think all those things are great, and I think they're justified. I think he's got a great foundation to build on, and he could be, moving into the next phase and become a really good NFL player. But when you look at the guys that they put on there and what they've actually shown as opposed to what projections could be, there's a difference there. There's a disconnect. There's no disrespect to this at all. It's analysis of what evidence we have.
I think when we talk about the MVP conversation, for Bo, I can't unsee the Titans game, the Jets game, Thursday night Raiders. There's a lot there that I'm like, yikes, to sit there and just jump to the conclusion this guy can be an MVP. I do think it's funny, I do think he's more effective than a lot of those guys with what he does. But MVP is more than, are you effective in getting wins? There's yards, there's touchdown passes, there's stats that go with that. Bo, I don't think is ever going to have those superstar stats. I don't think that's his style. To play devil's advocate as far as should he be in the MVP conversation, if he doesn't break his ankle, he's in the Super Bowl in a lot of people's minds, and not just here. If that ankle doesn't break, Drake May couldn't do anything last year in that playoff game with the Broncos. So a lot of people feel
and he was in the MVP conversation.
And he was in the MVP So the perception is Bo himself, the worst timing of all timing, could have been in the Super Bowl. So if this guy could have been in the Super Bowl, Trevor Lawrence wasn't. I forget who else was on it. Brock Purdy has been. So if the guy's one ankle break away from the Super Bowl, shouldn't we be considering him for the MVP conversation?
No, and again, I think these go back to two different things. What is the best, and what is what is a good team? What is the most talented team? And all of those things considered. I chuckle every time we hear a great promo that we run on this station from Josh and Cecil's show, and it's something of the effect of Josh saying, if Bo Nix is throwing 15 or 20 more touchdowns, well then yeah, he's in the MVP conversation. And I just laugh every time because obviously it's not the full context of their conversation. It's one small snippet of it, but it makes me chuckle every time. And I'm like, oh, just, one more touchdown every game all season. That's all it takes. Well, easy enough. Anybody can do that. Just, double the touchdowns you're throwing. Right?
Yeah.
Well, yes, 100%. When Josh and Cecil say that, they are absolutely right. If he throws 20 more touchdowns than he's ever thrown in his life, then yes, he is. But what is the evidence that says, that's clearly going to happen? In 17 games, he's clearly going to throw 20 more touchdowns than he did a year ago. There's no evidence that says that.
I think where that might come from, Jalen Waddle is now on the Denver Broncos. Does Jalen Waddle, not just Jalen Waddle, his hard stats himself, but what he opens up for the rest of the offense, does that lead it to, okay, now they're more dynamic. Now they have more dynamic players. That can net Bo 10 more touchdown passes. But that's a projection. It's not necessarily something we've seen yet. So is it do we have to see it kind of start to take shape before we can actually say, well, he's just going to get these touchdowns?
Well, and that, I guess, is the difference for me and maybe anyone else. Is I would like to see it first. I would like to see what Davis Webb is doing calling the plays. I would like to see how Evan Ingram is integrated. I would like to see them use more of the field. And I would like to see Waddle's ability to break plays or sit down in zones and open up opportunities that they previously haven't taken advantage of. So when I see that, then I can start to go, okay, yeah, we're making progress in that direction. But to me, making a leap of an assumption of, we're just going to throw 20 more touchdowns than we did before. Like that, I don't think it's safe to assume that. When Sean Payton also comes out simultaneously and says, in working with Davis and him taking over the play calling, it's clear that we need to be better at running the football when we need to run the football. Oh, so you're going to do both of those things. So now you're going to run it more and be more committed to it and be more effective, but you're also going to throw more touchdown passes. Well, great. I guess we're just never punting.
Yeah, that'd be great. The no punt offense.
Sign me up.
Sign me up.
I'm in.
Hell yeah.
Sounds great.
I am with you. I do think I do see the logical conclusion of you added a dynamic offensive player with a skill set that we haven't seen here in quite some time. A lot of people I hear compare Jalen Waddle to Emmanuel Sanders. I'm a big Emmanuel Sanders fan. I love Emmanuel Sanders. I think Waddle's a more dynamic player than Emmanuel Sanders was. I think the level up here in talent with Jalen Waddle, and I understand he was playing opposite of Tyreek Hill, but what that means is that the offense was running through Tyreek Hill. So there was less drawn up for Jalen Waddle. There's going to be more drawn up. So I can follow the logic of they added a dynamic player. There's 17 games. That should be good for 10 more touchdown passes. But like you, Chad, I do like to see it. And so with Bo Nix, in the disrespect is, I don't think he's being disrespected when he started slow 2 straight seasons out the gate. I mean, you and I were both, maybe troubled's not the right word, but taken back with how discombobulated and frantic Bo Nix looked against Tennessee week 1 last year. He looked uncomfortable. He looked like he was rushing things, especially coming off a quarterback who finished strong the end of his rookie year, and it didn't seem to get built on. So with Bo, again, I can't look at the end. The end is really good with Bo every time. That playoff game in that season encapsulated Bo last year. it was so strong in the finish, we forgot everything that happened before it because it was such an emotional high. With Bo, I need to see it at the beginning of the year. I need to see it in the second quarter. I need to see it in the third quarter. Again,
Thursday nights?
Yeah, on Thursdays. I can see how you can get to, I could see 10 more touchdowns, but I need to see the whole before I believe he's disrespected in some of these conversations.
Look, he's our guy. He's proven that he's going to be our guy for a long time. He's going to be tied to Sean. He's going to be tied to George Payton. And we all want to see him reach his ceiling, his potential, and take this team to where we all believe he can take him. But we can't just cherry pick all of the good and ignore everything else and say, well, all of the good is there, so everything going forward is just going to be what's great.
Yeah.
Like, that's not every quarter of every game.
Yeah.
There needs to be more consistency. There needs to be, again, off of the great foundation he has built, continuing to add on to it and moving us into those quarters in those games of more good, less inconsistent.
And with that, too, we both believe he can get to a Super Bowl. And I think that's what's important.
He proved all. He did all but prove that he could last year,
and that's what's important. Believers in Bo, specifically because his two skill set, clutch, avoids disaster. Those can get you to the end of games. He puts himself in the position to win late, but maybe they could just win it. It's like Jamal with his buzzer beaters. It's like it'd be better if you didn't go 0 for 12 before turning it on late. But we saw Jamal just turn in the best season he's had. So like to see that type of turn from Bo.
We are so greedy as sports fans that it's not enough to win. We also have to be great and stylistically, aesthetically pleasing with how we want our guys to do it, and they have to be recognized nationally.
They have to get the praise.
It's not enough to just have a guy that wins. No, they have to get the praise for it, and it has to look pretty. Like, well, okay, how about let's start with the winning, and we'll worry about the rest after that.
Chad, there's another element of this Broncos team that gets a lot of praise, but the Broncos last year struggled with something mightily, and I don't know if it's been addressed, and I have to see this to believe that this team will be better next year. What is that? Chad and I will get into that next.
3 years ago, the Broncos were a laughingstock. Now, back-to-back playoffs, 32 wins, and an ownership group spending like they mean it. Now Cecil's ready to say what Broncos country is thinking.
The greatest bit of news and information that I can provide today for you is merely this. Greg Penner is inevitable. Greg Penner is undeniable. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group and the Denver Broncos are going to be a dynasty. They just are. That sort of businessman, that sort of business people do is they excel.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Spine One. If you live with back pain, neck pain, you're worried about surgery or taking all those habit-forming medications, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can start your journey toward pain-free just like I did. They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225 is the number. Same-day appointments. You can start today. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care, exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. They're going to educate you on what's going on and then give you options to get you out of pain. Guys, they changed my life. I'm telling you what, I suffer with pain forever, and they're awesome, man. I was just in there a couple of weeks ago. Unbelievable, man. The great people over there with the service that they provide. I'm back in the yard doing yard work again. I feel much, much better. Guys, check them out. That's 303-367-2225. Don't be checked out alive. Don't live that way any longer. Call my guys at Spine One, 303-367-BACK, or you can find them online at spine1.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
The game started. Call your dad.
I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey.
Here, shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans, not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Biondino Law Firm.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses, the guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis and Chad Andrews sitting in for the guys. We got Ty behind the glass. Chad, our expectations are high for the Denver Broncos. Therefore, the slightest thing can throw a team off track. I've talked about I don't love the assumption that the defense is just going to be great. I think there's a lot of reasons there to be concerned and to be skeptical. I think they can be great, but there's certain things that can't be ignored. One of these assumptions, or something that's being overlooked, Chad, everybody approaching this season is ignoring the fact that last year the Denver Broncos defense could not generate turnovers. And that is a concern of mine heading into this season. Because other than I get the Bills game, but we didn't see it get better. I don't have evidence to think it will get better. And if it can't get better, especially with this schedule, this team could be in trouble.
Yeah, and it's pretty strange because of the way VJ has always liked playing defense. He's always liked playing defense going forward and in an attack mode to try and go hit you first and go after the ball. And that's been the MO for Vance Joseph throughout his career. But now the team that's getting lauded for all the sacks and making history, at least franchise history, in that regard, is not doing the other thing that VJ had previously done so successfully. And I think you have to have it. You have to have a change in the amount of turnovers you create. The saving grace for the Broncos and why it didn't really impact them and hurt them is because they also did not turn the ball over. So it's margin more than anything else. So as long as you're not turning it over and giving it away on a regular basis, you're not as reliant on your defense forcing those. But if we do the things, if the Broncos adapt and Bo Nix evolves and the offense grows in the way we're asking it to and hoping it does, which means trying to throw the ball to the middle of the field more often, you put it in danger more often. So you may have more turnovers. If that happens, you have to ask your defense to respond in kind. All right? I think it's margin more than anything else. But when you look at the opportunities and how many 3-and-outs the offense has had over the last 3 years, if the defense creates more turnovers, how much easier is it for them to just knock in 3 with Will Lutz?
Right. And that's huge. And you go back, they've played the Bills 3 times in the Sean Payton VJ era. They've beat them twice, and they lost once. The difference in the 2 wins versus the 1 loss was they were getting turnovers off Josh Allen. It becomes just much more important the better teams you play. If you can't get turnovers against the Jags, the Rams, the 49ers, that first 6, if you're not getting turnovers, I don't know how well you do against Kansas City, Jacksonville, the Rams, the Chargers, the 49ers. It's significantly harder against those teams that have multiple ways of beating you on offense, draining the clock, and things like that. And it just goes back to kind of what we saw from Bo Nix. I'm not saying this defense can't generate the turnovers. I don't think it's realistic that going into the final week of the season, you're ready to have the least amount of turnovers in franchise history. If it wasn't for Game 17, they would. They got bailed out by the 17. So this Broncos team cannot be historically low in turnovers. Devil's advocate to that is when you're sacking the quarterback a bunch, you reduce the amount of opportunities the other team actually has to turn the ball over. The pass rush may not be as elite. John Franklin Myers, Jonathan Cooper, that's up in the air. So maybe there's just more. I mean, it sounds weird. You sack the quarterback less, you create more opportunities to turn the ball over. But generally speaking, I need to see something more consistently happen with this team to generate the turnovers. It's not that I don't believe in the defense, but I just don't believe it's realistic for them to be this elite team and not generate any all year.
Yeah, and I think it's as simple as you point to those first 6 games on the schedule. That's one statistic that could easily swing that between 4-2 and 2-4.
Right.
If you win or lose turnover margin in those first 6 weeks of the season. It matters.
It matters. And when it happens matters too, because for one, VJ stopped doing a prevent at the end of the first half. I have no idea why VJ's like, is the game plan, all right, guys, we're going to go out there, we're going to do this, then we're going to give them 3 points before the end of the first half, and then we're going to go do this. It's like clockwork the way they do that. Some of it is when the other team's driving at the end of the first half, get the turnover. Some of it is, it's like hitting a 3-pointer when the other team's on like a 10-0 run. Sometimes you've just got to get one to put them on their heels, to slow down to slow down Joe Burrow, to slow down Justin Herbert. the timing, that's the other problem. It's not even the total amount of turnovers that bothered me with the Broncos. They were not very timely with their turnovers either, and that's very important.
Oh, there were a couple that were called back on penalties.
Yeah.
Didn't Barron have a big interception that was called back against Kansas City?
Pick 6 on Mahomes. Yeah.
And then
it was a bad call too.
Even admittedly, he brought this up on his own. Hufanga, with his hand and with his arm last year, couldn't catch. And he's like, there's at least 4 interceptions I should have had that I dropped.
There was 4 different times where our players collided, both going for an interception.
So your defense is too good. They're in the right place with too many guys too early.
Yeah.
And it's causing them to make mistakes.
And so, that's a good point, is that they were in position, but drops almost doesn't count. And that's a good point. The Giants game, when Jackson Dart went down there and they took the lead, they almost picked him off 3 times on that drive.
The only reason they did come back, though, was because they got a turnover.
They did, and that goes back to the timeliness of it, is you can prevent these games from going as deep as they could do with the turnovers. And drop passes, all of that, I get it. It's there. Almost just doesn't count. You've got to complete the play.
I think it's odd how good they've been statistically in the red zone without getting turnovers there. That's weird. I don't think you can
that is weird.
Count on that to consistently be at the top of the league in red zone defense when you're not getting those touchback interceptions or you're not getting a strip sack that stops the drive. That is a statistic you can look at and say it's really, really hard to stay at the top in this category if turnovers aren't involved somewhere along the line.
Right, and no John Franklin Myers, I think, is a big deal there. So somebody's got to step up. We're going to get into that. Chad, I have a name of a Denver Bronco that you and I have been high on, that everybody else is just kind of now starting to mention his name as much as we do. Can this guy make the step like we think he's capable of and impact the Denver Broncos in a good way next year? We'll get into that next.
One can't stay on the court. The other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt and how long will he be out? Is it, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, I see, guys. I hear what you're doing. All these so-called solutions to stopping your hair loss. You've probably tried some of them without much success. Well, there is a way to get your hair back, same way I did, and that's with Advanced Hair Restoration. They do a quick and easy 1-day hair loss solution that's completely all natural, using your own hair, put exactly where you want it. Your own hair starts regrowing the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow. No magic, no gimmicks, just real science, the latest technology, and legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star team. It was Dr. Pauls who did my hair 20 years ago. You could not be in better hands. Back then, I had basically accepted my receding hairline was there to stay and would only get worse. And I was skeptical about whether or not this would work, but I agreed to do it, and man, am I glad I did. My hair came back, continues to grow 2 decades later. For a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Call 720-459-HAIR and advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of of quality.
Non-stop rodeo action at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Every ride and every run counts. It's sudden death. Move on or ride off into the sunset. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, your boy Snake here from my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. If you're considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss, stop right there in your tracks. You're going to spend thousands of dollars a year. And most people, when they stop using the medication, well, the weight comes back. That's what research shows. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days, safe and naturally. No injections, synthetic hormones, or long-term dependence. Guys, I went on the program. They asked me, hey, would you try it out? I said, certainly. 7 weeks later, I was down over 30 pounds, guys. And I'm telling you what, I have kept it off because they use real food that helps reset your metabolism, control your hunger and cravings naturally, and helps your body get into fat-burning mode. Guys, this is food not shipped to your doorstep that you unpack and you put water in, you put in your microwave. No, I'm talking about proteins like fish, chicken, beef. I'm talking about vegetables, and I'm talking about fruits. And I'm telling you what, the program works. For a free phone consultation, all you have to do is reach out to them online. If you want safe, affordable, and sustainable alternative to weight loss injections, all you have to do is go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand, from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. See the selection at GrooveToyota.com. More than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certified. Reserve your vehicle now at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 6/7/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Plumbline Services, serving Colorado since 1998 for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Service at home, servants at heart.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis and Chad Andrus sitting in for the guys this morning. Chad, the unexpected news of the past few weeks is obviously this Jonathan Cooper saga that is taken hold. Putting that aside, talking about the player, I think it's reasonable to expect he misses time with the Broncos, if not the whole season. I think there's some suspension is going to come. I believe he goes to court on July 22nd. The league may wait to rule till after that. The league also has set the precedent. You know, you don't have to be convicted of anything for the league to step in. But so we don't really know what's going to happen with that. Maybe there's a chance that they move on from Jonathan Cooper. Either way, John Franklin Myers is gone. We'll just say they're going to play a period of time without Jonathan Cooper. If they're going to maintain this reputation that this defense has, somebody has to step up. And if I could pinpoint a guy on this defense to step up that I think it's realistic to think he could fill that role on some level, it would be Jonah Ellis.
We've been really high on him, and you and I have both, pointed on several pregame shows how he can make a difference, how the snaps he gets are always impactful. It breaks my heart a little bit when his name comes up because if you recall the AFC Championship pregame show, one of my keys to the game was one of the Ellis brothers was going to make a play that changed the game. It was just the Patriots had him. And
that was
he got the ball from Jarrett Stidham.
Yep.
And allowed the Patriots to score the touchdown and win the game. It wasn't Jonah Ellis. Doesn't mean Jonah Ellis isn't capable of that. I think he's great. I think he's continued to improve. I love the opportunities he's gotten. I'm excited to see him get more opportunities. The only things that I think concern me when you talk about not just the absence probably of Jonathan Cooper, but the points you make about John Franklin Myers not being there any longer, is anything the Broncos backfill with, they're getting a little bit smaller. And the point that you have brought up so many times over and over and over again is when Zach Allen and Jonathan Cooper sack the quarterback, and John Franklin Myers to an extent, it's not just that it's a sack and they lose yards. It's the physical toll of the weight of those guys, the strength of those guys landing on top of them.
It hurts.
And it's not the same stylistically when Nick Bonito or Jonah Ellis or any of the other guys we're talking about, or if Tyler Onyedem gets in there, it's not the same impact, even if it's only a 10 or a 15-pound difference. It's not feeling like the weight of the world is crushing your shoulders and you can't breathe when you're being smashed to the ground. And there is a cumulative effect of that, especially when teams come in here and play at elevation, that you've pointed out over and over and over again over the course of the game. That is going to wear on you when they hit you. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it when you get sacked by the other guys, but I don't know if it's going to have the same physical impact.
Right. When you come around fast and you kind of wrap them from the top and put them down, that's different than Jonathan Cooper just coming in and putting his full body in you. And that's how
driving through you.
And Zach Allen and Jonathan Cooper do that. And I'm happy you bring that up because DeAndre Tillman, Jonah Ellis, who we like, I think it's being a little understated just how impactful Jonathan Cooper is on this defense. And I believe there's going to be an absence, whether it be 6 games or they move on from him. It's not a plug-and-play situation. And anybody that thinks they're going to plug in a guy because next man up or they got a guy, I think you're being delusional. I see a few people point out Von Miller had more sacks than Jonathan Cooper. Okay, Von Miller's in obvious pass situations. He's not getting the focus Jonathan Cooper is. There's reasons. If you just look at the sack total, you're going to be misled. And by the way, if that's so effective, then why is Von Miller on the street? Why is he not on a team right now? I don't think people realize Jonathan Cooper not being out there, if he's not out there, could impact the team. We like Jonah Ellis. To your point, a lot of moves, really good skill set, closing speed. When he really locks in on the guy, I think with Jonah Ellis right now, it's a reps thing. In the divisional round of the playoffs, the Bills' first touchdown was scored on him because we decided DeAndre Tillman and Jonah Ellis should be in the game and not Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper. I'll never understand that. He got duped because he just hadn't seen that before.
It was also the Drake May run for the first down that sealed the game in the AFC Championship. It was also that play.
Yeah, you need – Jonah Ellis needs reps right now. And so to think that we'll just put him in and he's Jonathan Cooper – I don't think it's realistic or necessarily fair to Jonah Ellis because there's just some things you have to see more often. So if Cooper's not out there, Ellis I think is capable of filling the void to where you don't have to go sign a Von Miller or a Joey Bosa. I don't think either of those guys will be significantly more impactful than Jonah Ellis. The concern isn't really who you place there. It's you're not going to get anybody in there that can really do what Jonathan Cooper does.
And I think that points to what you're calling out is we're not worried about his skills and the plays he's capable of making. We're more worried about the mistakes and the plays he misses.
Yeah.
And those are sometimes taken for granted when you have a guy like Jonathan Cooper.
Right.
And that's the issue when you haven't had the reps. Mm-hmm. Right? You're more worried about Are you going to get suckered inside? Are you not going to set the edge? Is there going to be one big play that results in a first down or a touchdown that swings the course of a game or games because you don't have the experience, you don't have, the fundamentals down to lock it in every time, snap in, snap out against every team. And, you cited two perfect examples of when he was on the field and it didn't happen.
In important situations. And if you don't think Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert, and Trevor Lawrence and Brock Purdy, you don't think they're not picking up on that?
They know who's out there.
They know who's out there.
They're not guessing as to who's coming after them on every snap. They know who's where.
You could argue in the first 3 games, the Broncos are playing the 2 best quarterbacks of the last 15 years. Outside of Tom Brady, obviously, with Stafford and Mahomes. Brady not there. I mean, Stafford is a lot of success.
Or at least you could argue the 2 current best.
Yeah, they are the 2 current best, I think, right now, sorry, Zach. And Josh Allen. But it's going to be a lot. So it goes back to the defense not getting turnovers, Bo's inaccuracy. I think this team can make a Super Bowl run. I think there's things just being overlooked and people brushing things off. Jonathan Cooper got himself in this situation, and if he doesn't play another down for the Broncos, then I understand why that happened. It's unfortunate, but that's on him, and the Broncos could miss him. But looking at the team, I just don't think people should minimize the impact his absence will have.
And it's really the theme we've hit on in several different ways this morning is there are a lot of assumptions made when you go 14-3 that all the good is just going to continue to be good or get better and all the bad's going to improve.
Right.
That it's just going to continue to be that way.
Yeah.
And that is not the way that week-to-week league works.
We'll throw 10 more touchdowns, we'll get 10 more turnovers, win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
So cool.
Sounds good.
Sign me up. I'm all for it.
Run the touchdown play. But the edge rusher is going to be fascinating to watch going forward. Jonah Ellis is a guy that I think is starting capable, but there's going to be growing pains if that's what ends up happening. Chad, you believe come Tuesday, June 23rd, the NBA draft, the Denver Nuggets will look a lot different. Chad's going to tell me why that is and maybe how different they'll look, and we'll do that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, Mother Nature saves some of her best work for Colorado. All kinds of weather gets thrown at your deck to the point it needs to be repaired or out and out replaced. No surprise, because most decks are only built to last 10 to 15 years. Denver Deck Builders makes more decks, works on more decks than anybody in Colorado because they build their customers a 50-year deck using only the best materials like Trex and featuring quality workmanship with crews that demand high standards. But it goes so much deeper and personal than that. Denver Deck Builders is committed to building the ultimate family gathering space. As their founder, their dad, Ron Gibbons, puts it, for us, building decks is just a vehicle. What we're really about is building friendships, building families, and building relationships. They want you to dream big. A deck with a pergola, outdoor kitchen, TV mounts, roofs. You dream it. They go to work immediately trying to make it a reality. Denver Deck Builders. Find them at ddbonthefan.com. That's ddbonthefan.com.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why professional contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. For 35 years, this family-owned, locally operated supplier has delivered quality products, next-day delivery, and quick will-call service that keeps builders on schedule. From new construction to remodels, their experienced team is committed to helping contractors succeed. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise built for Colorado contractors.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
AutoNation's July 4th sale means savings worth celebrating. Right now, drive new and used cars with zero down. Plus, make zero payments for 90 days. Thousands of vehicles, thousands in savings. Put zero down. Make zero payments till fall on all your favorite new vehicles. Don't miss out. Save now through July 4th weekend only. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation. Less stress, more go. 90 days to first payment on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details. Expires 7/5/26.
From cowboy flying aces to local astronauts, discover the Coloradans who changed flight forever. Determined to fly. Now open at Wings Over the Rockies. Learn more at wingsmuseum.org.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Subtle intimidation.
Had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was
gave
wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
There's a little quizzical look.
Skilled debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See
Yeah,
how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrus, sitting in for the fellas. Chad, Denver Nuggets underachieved, ended very disappointing, and now comes the offseason. A lot of rumors, a lot of noise around the Denver Nuggets. What comes first is Tuesday, June 23rd, the NBA draft. You believe the Denver Nuggets will look different come draft night. Tell me why that is.
Yeah, I think they have to. Anything that is going to dramatically shake up this team and this roster to try to move them forward in any productive way that avoids a $200 million tax bill, which they're going to avoid. They're not going to pay that. It has to start with this draft first round on Tuesday. Teams have been looking forward to this draft for 3 years with how top-heavy it is, how good the lottery is, the available talent there, and they've planned for it. And there's 6 teams that have draft picks and have plenty of cap room and are ready to maneuver. And in today's NBA, with the first and the second apron, the luxury tax, the repeater tax penalties, what it's done is, we're not too far removed from – remember Kevin Durant as a free agent and being in the Hamptons and the Warriors recruiting him and all the hype around free agency and everything was about free agency and, LeBron with a decision and where are we going to sign? That's all dead and gone. Mm-hmm. Players under this collective bargaining agreement don't want to hit free agency. Teams can't afford them. There's no market for them to pay them. You can't control who has the cap space available to give you what you want. Players have figured out, I'm just going to get my money in my contract extension, and then I can force my way out in a trade later. And the bigger deals are done in trades. So for the Nuggets to make any significant impact to their roster, one, to cut salary, it's got to be through a significant trade, meaning a starting player making a lot of money, $25 million or more, and there's 4 of them to choose from. But you tie that in with the value of the draft picks that are available on Tuesday. That's when the trades are going to happen because people want draft picks in this draft and beyond. The Nuggets are in a position where they need to recoup draft picks, whether it's starting this year or down the line, and they have to cut money. And they have limited assets to do that. So they're in a very tough spot. They've painted themselves into a very difficult corner. But yes, I think we're going to see things start to change, and possibly significantly as soon as Tuesday.
What does that look like? Is that Cam Johnson? That Cam Johnson's the one that's the easiest to trade because he's a quality player, underrated by I think a lot here in Denver. I thought he was solid last year. But Cam Johnson, he's got 1 year left on his deal. So you get a quality player that can play both ends of the court with 1 year left on his deal. I don't think that's who the Nuggets would actually like to move on from the most, but I think he's the easiest one for them to start to make some of those changes to save money, to recoup picks, to retool. So is Cam the most likely guy out of town?
I would say so. And I think it's unfortunate he got a really bad rap from the fan base this year. Because of the start he got off to, and then the injury. There was a narrative that was built around Cam Johnson and what a failure it was. The guy was nails. The end of the season and into the playoffs, he was one of the only guys that showed up in their elimination game. He shot 45%, the back half of the season when it mattered from three. He's fantastic. I would love to keep him here, but you have to consider, again, expiring contract, the value of it, how much money it frees up, and if Payton Watson is your longer-term plan, that is a spot he can slide into. So that is the other element that factors into not just is Cam Johnson a Nugget or not.
So I think we're all kind of picking that Cam Johnson will be gone. Not so much Cam Johnson's a terrible player, but just the ease of moving him. And I agree, he had 2 bad stretches in an entire season, and everybody locks into those and ignores all the good he did. So going back from there, Christian Braun, Aaron Gordon. Those are 2 names that have come up recently that they'd like to move on from Christian Braun. Mark Stein had that. Teams are more interested in Aaron Gordon. Likelihood, rank these for me. We'll do it like this. They move up in the draft. Christian Braun leaves. Aaron Gordon leaves. And you can rank them and then tell me which ones you think are actually likely to happen as well.
I don't know if any of them are likely. Moving up in the draft would be the most likely because you can attach Cam Johnson and move up a few spots if there's a player you really target and think can help. It saves you money and gets you a guy that you think you're going to put in your rotation. That remains to be seen because between Malone and David Adelman, they haven't shown a tendency to play their young players and let them develop and trust them in key situations. Right. That would be the most likely. The next most likely, I would say, is trading. I'm probably going to have to put Christian Braun in this spot because of their desire to move off of his contract and their lack of desire to move off of Aaron Gordon, even though there is a larger market in interest for Aaron Gordon and it would open up more money for them or available money that they would take in return with multiple players. The return would probably be better, but I don't think it's as likely as it would be to Christian Braun because I think they're more inclined to move off of Christian Braun than they are Aaron Gordon.
Let's say they salary dump Cam, and that happens in whatever way it happens.
They move up 3 spots in the draft, and they attach Cam to
Yeah, so that happens. Cam's gone. We like Cam. It's unfortunate. He's a very quality player. If they're able to get off of Christian Braun, does that right there give you a successful offseason, just getting off of Christian Braun's contract?
If you're using that capability to retain Payton Watson in some way or another.
So it's contingent on another move.
The challenge is when you get off of Christian Braun, right, you still have to take equivalent value back in return. So are you taking that in 2 or 3 players? So they're filling roster spots that you don't have to fill with other salaries. So you have room for Payton Watson's money. Like, what does it look like in what you get in return? Are you getting future picks? So you're actually decreasing your depth because now you've lost Cam Johnson and Christian Braun, but you've kept Payton Watson and you've gained future draft picks. So how many guys are you taking out of your rotation, or how many back-end rotation pieces are you filling in its place with that money? So I think you have to make the assumption if Cam Johnson and Christian Braun are both traded, it's because Payton Watson is retained.
I would take that. Would you?
Depends on what the return is for Christian Braun.
second. You're getting players. That's why.
But you might be getting a first-round pick in 2033.
You think you could get any first-round pick for him?
If it's further enough down the line, depending on what your deal is, you might be swapping a pick to get another pick back. You might be sending a later pick, a 33 or 34, so you can get one in 27 or 28.
Right. Okay, and that's what they need. And so I understand that. Aaron Gordon, why is it just the injuries that teams are apprehensive? I mean, I don't think
teams are as apprehensive as Nuggets fans are.
No, I don't think so either.
I think he has a tremendously high value around the league.
I think on the court and off the court, he does. Aaron Gordon is a guy. Drew Holiday is a guy that bounced from two teams, got one team over the hump, and they got the other team over the hump. I could see that type of impact.
They both fit the bill of they will fit in anywhere, and they will improve your culture and contribute to winning. So if you are close or you think you're close to contending, then those two guys fit with you. Obviously, we're not interested in Drew Holiday, but he's proven he could do it and has done it. Aaron Gordon is in the same mold. He will help any team that is close, and he will make them better.
There's not one star player in the NBA, whether it be Wembanyama, whether it be Shea, whether it be Giannis, Tatum, that if you went in and said Aaron Gordon, they'd go, absolutely. Nobody's turning that away. Does he stay here, though?
So, look, here's where the trade value gets complicated. If Oklahoma City plays a 90% healthy Aaron Gordon in place of Chet Holmgren, they win that series, probably not even going to 7 games against San Antonio.
No,
but Oklahoma City would never trade Chet Holmgren for Aaron Gordon.
Isn't that weird? Because why did the Nuggets beat the Spurs late in the year? Besides Jokic being brilliant.
Because Aaron Gordon was awesome against Wemby.
That's exactly right. And if you're a team that thinks you have to go through San Antonio, aren't you looking at that? Going, that guy's not scared, and he's stronger. Personally, AG I'd like to see. So the Ringer put out, I'd like to see AG stay. The Ringer put out their top 100 players. Jokic was third. The other Denver Nuggets are on there. One Denver Nugget that has also been brought up with people wanting this Nugget to be traded showed up at a very interesting spot on the top 100 players. Who is it, and how does that impact the Nuggets offseason? We get into that next.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, if you're coming off another weekend where you had big plans, but you just didn't have the energy or want to get it done, and it's left you frustrated, don't beat yourself up. The reason could be low testosterone, and low T does not discriminate. It affects guys of all ages. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you boost your low T with customized treatment plans like the one they put me on a few years ago when I was running out of steam later in the day. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic also features advanced medical strategies like TRT, GH peptides, GLP-1, PDA, and more. These will help you treat low T and other hormonal issues. Symptoms of low T can be sneaky, not there all at once, but gradually they get to a point where they're really affecting you. Loss of energy, not sleeping well, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. Schedule a consult, just $99. Meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you. Fort Collins, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Incredible savings this 4th of July at Mountain High Appliance. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder. Get a GE front-load washer and dryer for only $14.99. Save $1,200. How about a crazy price on an entire stainless steel 4-piece kitchen for only $17.76? Whether you're replacing one appliance or remodeling an entire kitchen, you'll find top brands and expert advice at Mountain High Appliance. Why shop anywhere else?
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Welcome to Whatever Bank. How may I barely help you today?
Hi, is there an option to open a checking account with no monthly fees?
0 monthly fees? I'm afraid not. Just think of the fee as a subscription to your own money.
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to Key Bank to open a Key Smart checking account with no monthly maintenance fees.
Ooh, I like that.
Learn more at key.com/keysmartchecking.
Key Bank opens doors. Key Bank, member FDIC.
In the playoffs, everything comes down to the buzzer. One shot, one moment, no room for error. In your facility, that moment hits when the power goes out. That's when experience matters most. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Don't wait for the last second. Make the smart call. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Career advice.
That would suck. If only I knew somebody that could tell me what it's like to be fired from their job.
Oh, shoot. Holy cow.
Method acting.
I play the role of big dumb idiot really well.
And questionable job security.
Mike, do you like that question?
I do like that question.
Pretty soon we won't need you anymore, buddy. So don't get too comfortable.
Okay. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Ringer ranked the top 100 players in the NBA, and we're going to get to that here in about 20 seconds. But first, the Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join DenverSports 104.3 The Fan for our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium, children ages 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Bronco players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, as well as staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp to register for Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart on Saturday, June 27th. Chad, we're talking Nuggets, off-season moves. The Ringer ranked the top 100 players in the NBA. Earlier we talked about the top 10. I'll go through that really quick. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander starts at 1, then Victor Wembanyama, Nikola Jokic at 3, Luka Doncic, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Edwards, Giannis, Kawhi Leonard, Cade Cunningham, and Steph Curry at 10. So it gets kind of interesting, 11 through 20. 11's Donovan Mitchell, 12, Karl Anthony Towns, 13, Jason Tatum, 14, Jaylen Brown. I think you and I would flip those two. Tyrese Maxey, 15, Kevin Durant, 16, Scotty Barnes, 17, Devin Booker, 18, 19, Jamal Murray, 20, LeBron James. So they have Jamal Murray ahead of LeBron James. That's a little bit higher than I would have expected the Ringer to have Jamal Murray.
Wow. Yeah, and I think the key point on this is these, I believe, are meant to be projections of what they see going forward into next season. And that's why they have the players where they have them, particularly Shai and Wemby 1 and 2. It's the highest Jamal's ever been in these rankings. His value is higher than ever after being a third-team All-NBA selection and an All-Star. He's coming off his best season. So I don't know if it would be 19 if I were to sit down and do this exercise, but it certainly is an upward trend based on where he's been previously when the Ringer has done this. A couple other people that have been on the list previously also fell into some different slots, which I also found interesting. I think Aaron Gordon is also higher than he's ever been at 42. I remember him being in the 50s. I remember him being listed below Michael Porter Jr. at certain points that I would laugh at. And again, I tried to tell everybody for how many years in this town when over and over we had this narrative of, well, the Nuggets have Jokic, Murray, and MPJ. And I'm like, he's not their third best player. And Jamal maybe isn't their second best player. Because he scores and because he hits shots late in the game doesn't mean he's the best. It's arguable. It's debatable. Aaron Gordon is tremendously valuable. I think he's higher than he's ever been as a Nugget on this list. And then there were a couple other interesting notes that fell behind that.
With Jamal, 19, and I'm not saying I don't think he deserves 19. I was just surprised the Nuggets don't get the recognition like this to where a guy slots a little bit higher than we expect.
Well, I mean, when you're third-team All-NBA, it's hard for them to say, "Oh, you're the 38th best player in the league."
Yeah. So Jamal at 19. So with that, Jamal at 19, there's been discussion that people believe we should move on from Jamal. If he is the 19th best player, if it's believed he can maintain All-NBA caliber, why should there or why would there even be a discussion about trading him?
It's probably as high as his value is going to be for the rest of his career. He's only going to get older, and he just came off his best season, number one. Number two, how are you assessing your team going forward in the combination of Jokic and Murray? Do you believe that recipe can still succeed with Oklahoma City as they stand, with San Antonio as they stand, with the Knicks, with whatever the Celtics are going to do, with the competition in the league? Do you think a two-man game of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic and putting the ball in Jamal Murray's hands to lead the offense is a recipe that can win you another championship? And if the answer to that is no, then that's why you move when his value is high, particularly when Aaron Gordon's injuries, Christian Brown's contract, your inability to control the entire situation with Payton Watson leaves you very few marketable, high-value, tradable assets.
Yeah, and the combo of Jokic and Murray doesn't bother me offensively. I think you do need to get another ball handler, so it's kind of talking everything around. It's the liability of them being on this court at the same time playing defense. I think that's another thing that it's just not happening with them on defense. With it being higher, so kind of to your point though, you trade Jamal not so much of it's a combination. It's not so much of we don't believe in Jamal Murray anymore. We don't believe in Jokic and Jamal Murray anymore. It's we don't trust everything we have around Jokic and Murray. And in order to retool that, trading Jamal might allow us to retool everything around and find something comparable to what Jamal can do, or we just reshape the team, basically. We're not going to do this anymore. So it's kind of you trade Jamal, not just so much because of Jamal, but because you have to retool the team, and trading him is one of the quickest ways to get yourself there.
It's the path I would choose.
Okay, so that would, of all the things the Nuggets could do, this is what you would do, trade Jamal Murray.
It's the path I would choose, and it might force you to take a step back next season, but for the long term, and if you think you can have Jokic here for 5 more years or 6 more years of a really high level of play, I think you have to find a way to create another window where you have a real shot. And when I watch the Jokic-Murray combination in the postseason, I can't envision any playoff matchup where teams aren't going to have guys that can pressure him the length of the floor and exhaust him when they've proven they haven't successfully put other ball handlers on the roster to alleviate that. And they're also going to put those two in pick and rolls and drive straight to the rim every time on the defensive end. So it's not just where they have gaps and liabilities in the game. It's the fact that they are put in action in every single play they're on the floor, and it's not physically sustainable, especially as they get older. You cannot be relied on to shoot well and perform in the clutch and carry teams over the finish line in playoff games when you've been involved in every single play on both ends of the floor, every single game through every single series, because it's too exhausting. And I don't envision any playoff matchup where a team isn't going to have physically talented guys that can do that to the Nuggets. It's not just a Minnesota problem. Every team is going to do that with Jokic and Murray together. The other problem I see is I seriously question that Jamal Murray will be on board with playing a different style offensively and taking the ball out of his hands. And I think the Nuggets have to do that to maximize Jokic and have a better chance to score against good defenses in the playoffs, because they could not score against Minnesota because of a lot of things we just outlined. They have to play a different way, and I don't think having Jokic and Murray together is going to allow for that.
I'm with you. I think I'm fine taking a step back. When the season ended and the emotion was more involved, my thought is Jokic and Peyton Watson and everything else is your goal should be to retain those two, and then you can take a year to evaluate and figure things out. I think that's the best path to realistically, because you're right. They're going to be doing the same thing. Now, can it happen is another story. One thing people that have heard me, I am going to bring this up, and I do think it's important, and I'll probably, maybe last time I bring it up, one thing that does give me pause, and it is the emotion in it. It's why you have to be cold. Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon want to play here, and I think that's important. For an organization that had a hard time in the last decade, Carmelo, one of the worst things Carmelo did was he made playing in Denver unattractive when he left. That was the biggest damage he did, is not only did he leave, he was a jerk about it. He really, really was. Iguodala left. Dwayne Wade used him as leverage. Paul George wouldn't re-sign here if they traded for him. These guys want to be here. They want to be Denver Nuggets. And that's actually what makes this so hard with the fan attachment to them. But if you want to get better, you probably have to make that super popular decision, maybe on both of them. How realistic is it that Jamal Murray gets traded?
I'd give it a 20% chance.
Is that because of his value or because the Nuggets won't be willing to take the step back?
Both. I think it's what teams would offer in return. So who's going to be in the market for Jamal Murray? Like, where is he going to be the best fit? Who's going to want that, knowing he's a target on defense in a playoff series, right? If the Boston Celtics are in an unsustainable place with Jaylen Brown and they make a trade there, is part of that wherever Jaylen Brown goes, if there's a third team, a fourth team involved, does Jamal Murray fit in there because he's a ball handler and he's another three-point shooter for the way we want to play, and it works out fine? Okay, well, maybe you can talk me into that, but I don't know that they're particularly interested in trading Jaylen Brown as much as it's being reported.
I agree.
The Orlando Magic, who gave up everything to get Desmond Bane last year to get desperate for shooting on the floor and still couldn't do anything in the playoffs. Do they want a veteran who's been through a playoff series that can shoot, who can score, who can be clutch, and move away from some of their defensive identity that they have in the backcourt because Jalen Suggs can't shoot? Do any of the other teams with money value that? Brooklyn just drafted a whole bunch of point guards last year, so they're one of the teams that can take on his money. They're probably not interested in that.
Chicago
has money, right? Utah has money, but they're not looking to spend it on Jamal Murray. They're looking to build around whoever they take in this draft, right? The Wizards already have Trae Young at the point guard spot. The Lakers and the Clippers are the other teams with money. What do they have that would be of interest in return, or is this a multi-team scenario? So, $50 million is attached to Jamal Murray. And yes, he's a third-team All-NBA guy and an All-Star now, but you still have to have a team that is willing to take on $50 million of his deal.
Yeah, I think he's back, too. I think it's a pretty low percentage that Jamal Murray returns to the Nuggets. There's a lot going on in sports today. Chad, what are we going to watch? What are we most interested in? We'll do that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokley, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle? Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right? No. Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. There's only one Ozempic. I told you it was catchy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The game started. Call your dad.
I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey.
Here, shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Live app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans, not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025.
Right now, it's Silterhar certified pre-owned vehicles starting at $10,980, backed by a 90-day warranty and a 5-day exchange. Too big? Swap it. Too red? Swap it. Any reason. Get top value for your trade-in instantly at sthmotors.com, then put that money towards hundreds of vehicles on the lot. New car buyer. Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay. 66 years, family-owned, no games, just deals. sthmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Chad Andrus. Chad, it was a good one today, as always, sitting in for the fellas. It was a fun time today.
Hope they're enjoying their day off.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Didn't get a golf invite from Evans. No surprise there.
Yeah, shocking. But locally,
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Something to pay attention to this weekend, Chad. U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark currently first place.
He really benefited and took advantage of the conditions yesterday. It was supposed to be just an absolute disaster with the wind in the afternoon for those groups, and that just did not materialize in the way the course was set up planning for it. The guys that went out in the afternoon could take advantage, and Wyndham Clark, a 6 under at a U.S. Open round is unheard of. Like, that's incredible, and he did finish at 6 after the first round with the last 2 holes he had to finish this morning. So he is in great position now with a 4-shot lead heading into round number 2. So I'm going to have a very close eye, especially on Sunday, Father's Day. I'm going to be locked in, seeing if our Denver guy can get it done again at the U.S. Open.
So we got that, and then later today, World Cup, U.S. Such an exciting win last Friday against Paraguay. Again, I'm not the biggest soccer guy, but when these types of things come along, I always lock in. I always pay attention. Be very cool if they can go get another win today, 1:00 against Australia. I think that's the expectation, that they go out there and win it. But let's keep this excitement going. Not only do I want them to win, it'd be cool if they can look really good doing it again, just to get the fever pitch around them even higher.
It'll be interesting if Christian Pulisic plays with the calf injury, because of the way it is perceived is that the U.S. should be able to get out of their group in advance to the knockout stage. Mm-hmm. And if you're planning on that, do you hold him out of the game? Or do they really need him? Is their depth so limited that he needs to play despite a very, questionable injury, and one that could flare up and be really problematic long-term if you do anything worse to it? Does he have to play for them to beat Australia? Because you would think in any other sport they would protect him if they think they're advancing to the knockout round to make sure he's available. So I will be very interested in seeing if he plays today.
It's such a hard spot to be in if you're the coach, because if you sit him and you lose, I mean, you may not overcome that. That would
or
be hard
tie,
to overcome.
like we've seen some surprising ties already of teams really mucking up games, keeping them low scoring, and it's it feels like a loss for the team that was favored when an underdog holds them to 1 goal, or it's a scoreless tie like we've already seen in this World Cup. Yeah, if something like that happens, then the second guessing is all over the place.
But it's gonna be interesting. Do you think from a ratings perspective, the 1:00 game can kind of match the ratings from last week, possibly exceed it? I don't think they're going to get them just simply because they're playing at 1:00 today.
I don't know how many people are off today. Like, it is a holiday, but it's not a holiday that everybody gets off.
Right.
So I don't know what that's going to look like on a Friday afternoon. I would feel pretty confident if it was a night game, but it's an afternoon game. I'm going to say it takes a little bit of a dip from the opener. But, I mean, I think it's still going to have more than 20 million people watching.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be. And now you can watch things at work. Like, you can not
Maybe
work.
You do, John. I mean, you can speak for yourself there.
Yeah.
I would never.
You would never. Real quick, something we didn't the Avalanche it kind of flew, it wasn't the biggest news. We know McFarland left. Ross Colton got traded. And that's one of those interesting players that, a lot of times when they needed a play, Ross Colton, he's one of those guys. So, low-key, we talked about earlier, not a lot of big moves from the Avalanche, but these are the types of moves they need to tweak to maybe prevent what's been happening in the playoffs to happen again.
Is there any possibility that was a contingency of allowing Nashville to take him and do what they did? Like, okay, we understand, closer to family, great opportunity, advancement for his career.
Yeah, I think so.
We don't want to stop him from going. But since we're going to do this,
we
got a little proposal for you.
We want to get away from Ross Colton.
We need to free up a little money, and we need, some picks.
Yeah, I think I could see there being some wink, because there's no way McFarland went in there and he's like, all right, before we do anything, I got to go get Ross Colton from the Avalanche.
Like I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm really excited about the opportunity, but I'm going to tell you, day one, first item of business, we got to have this guy.
We got, if we don't get it. And then last thing, if we don't get Ross Colton, everything's off. Do we hear Nuggets news about potential trades or anything prior to the draft? Does it go down draft night? And do you think something happens by draft night with the Nuggets?
Yes.
You just don't know which one.
I don't know what.
I don't think anybody does.
I don't have any inside information. I don't have a feel, but I think they are in a position where they need to make significant shifts and changes for the financial situation of the franchise, and this is the best opportunity to do it with what all is available and what's in motion on draft night. So they have to get involved and be a part of it, whether they are the principal player making a huge, big swing, or they are involved on the periphery helping facilitate other deals. But Giannis is going to get traded.
By draft night?
Yes, Giannis is going to get traded, and there's going to be potentially other players of big guys that go, right? I don't know how much I buy into the Jaylen Brown being on the move thing or not, but it's possible. I think the Mavericks want to make a big move, and I don't think they're interested in staying with Kyrie Irving, but he's 34 years old coming off an injury. So that could be in motion. I think Kevin Durant is going to have a new home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
So, yeah, he's not going to be playing back in Houston. So, there are going to be balls in the air on draft night when picks are involved so they can move spots. So there are going to be things happening. It's just whether or not it's the right thing for the Nuggets at the right time to strike while the iron's hot while everybody else is active. That seems to be the best time to go fishing.
And that's what I'm going to be paying attention to the most. Chad, it was fun as always, man. Always have a good time with you. Ty behind the board, thank you. The Judge, back from Ireland. Dan Jacobs is next.
3 years ago, the Broncos were a laughingstock. Now, back-to-back playoffs, 32 wins, and an ownership group spending like they mean it. Now Cecil's ready to say what Broncos country is thinking.
The greatest bit of news and information that I can provide today for you is merely this. Greg Penner is inevitable. Greg Penner is undeniable. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group and the Denver Broncos are going to be a dynasty. They just are. That sort of businessman, that sort of business people do is they excel.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your